Welcome, welcome. It's rushing Facebook sharing time. It would help if I used my technology to hear you.
Actually, it'd help if I use my technology. I've got myself unmuted now.
It's very strange. I haven't worked here in the studio in like 3 weeks, and
You
I
had a
just feel like
power outage last week, didn't you?
we had a power outage while I was working last week. Yes, 2 weeks ago I canceled the show because I had to work. Um, and then last week was what was I going to say? Oh, last week was Father's Day, so we didn't do on we didn't do a show that day. So I almost feel foreign in my own studio. So okay, darn it, it's the boss, Kevin. Hi. Okay, I'm sharing, trying to right now. Do my share. Are you on your way back? Talk about behind the scenes, folks. That's funny. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. Okay. I need to get the other computer set up for you, just in case. All right. I will see you. Be careful. All right. Love you. All right. Bye. Kevin, when the boss calls, you answer the phone.
That's right.
Even if you're even if you're in
That's
the middle of your show prep, you
that
answer the
rule
phone.
works. That rule works in my family as well.
No, wouldn't be here without her. All right. Okay.
It's been a
So
hell of a week, hasn't it?
yeah, I got fired this week, Kev.
You did.
I sure did. Um,
Wow. You got any prospects?
we will be checking that out. We'll be following up on that. I assure you. I got hurt and suddenly I wasn't valuable. Isn't that amazing? Such a coincidence, really. Think about it. We need to hustle here. I gotta say, folks, no matter how many, if you're watching the the pre-show, which is never really terribly exciting, um, you know that the I struggle with the sharing every week because it seems like there's new parameters and new things that I have to pay attention to. That Facebook changes to make it more difficult. And the last, I know we haven't been here with you for a while, for about 3 weeks, but I had gotten it to where I was done really early. Not going to be done early today. It's not going to happen. I am not going to be done early today. My goodness. For one thing, my iPad's just crawling. And, okay, that's still blocked. And a couple of the pages that I sent to have changed in their format again. It's just a nightmare. I think I could probably simply sum it up by saying that the Facebook, quote unquote, open global meeting place and neighborhood is now becoming more and more controlled, if you will, by the person or persons that own the meeting place. It's kind of like renting out a meeting room, then deciding everything that happens in it. So we are just sharing to our national, regional, and national pages now. is a painful task, to say the least. Come on. Oh, crap. There's another two things I didn't do. Oh, my goodness, I'm going to get kicked off the air. Oh, I'll fix that. Just a second. How did I forget that? Because I haven't been here in 100 years. Goodness. It's like I'm starting over again. I swear, kids, I know what I'm doing. It just doesn't look like it, but I do. It doesn't look like it at the moment. Come on. Come on. Just under the wire. Maybe. I might be just under the wire. Kevin, I know you had mentioned that you needed to leave us at 7 p.m. Eastern. Completely understand it, completely respect it. Please know that you are welcome to stay here. After that, we are having a bit of a panel discussion after the legal advice, legal expert coming on, and an activist in the trans community to talk about how they're next.
Yeah.
So, I know you have to go. I get it. But please know that you are welcome to stay with us if anything should change, or if you choose that you would like to do so, please know that you're welcome to do so.
I think it's more than the trans community. I think it's also gay and lesbians, bisexuals. It's the whole, the entire group of
marriage, adoption. I think you're going to see it go all the way down to interracial marriage, which is the massive irony of that being that Justice Thomas is in one.
Exactly.
But yet, we know how it goes.
It applies to everybody else but me.
It's different when we do it.
That's right.
Like breaking the law. Other people break the law, but it's different when we do it. It's okay when we do it. But anyway, yeah, yes, I do think it's a slippery slope. One of the questions, I guess you get a little preview here, folks, if you're watching the me struggle to get all these to get this shared everywhere that it belongs. I think I have everything. I don't even know. It's really playing with me today. I'll give you a preview of one of the things I'll be asking later. I would say this, Kevin, if neither one of us are legal experts or constitutional scholars, and I don't mean that as an insult, goodness knows.
No.
If there is no individual right to privacy or individual liberty, how can one openly carry a weapon for self-protection?
It's a damn good question, Jeff.
I kind of thought it was, to be honest, not to toot my own horn, but I thought it was a bit bright. To be honest, I thought it was okay. All right, here we go. Don't do yourself. You did that one already. Get angry. We're getting there, folks, I promise. We might be a minute or two behind because I did not get to get Kristen's broadcast station set up because that computer shut down on me. have. I don't know if that's going to happen. Make a little run out of time. Or I will ask Kevin a very open-ended question that will run to that computer while he speaks. I'll miss the entire thing, but I'll get a computer set up. It'll be entertaining to watch me run around the studio from bouncing camera to camera, as it always is. But, yeah. I came up here super early, and yet again I find myself running out of time. We're getting there, kids. We're getting there, I promise. This is not horribly exciting. This is a little bit about how the sausage is made, to be blunt. Okay. Turn that. Swipe that. I have no idea if I can do this in 1 minute. I tend to doubt it. No, I can't do it. It's 5:01. Okay. I can't start Kristen's computer. Boy, I'm going to get in trouble. All right, kids, we are going to be live on hot101.net global radio around the world in 3, 2, 1. Welcome, 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 welcome from my humble second bedroom here in Bethlehem Landfill Township. It's like stadium naming rights. It's pretty cool. Once the Bethlehem Landfill bought our local township council, I figured I'd give them naming rights. They kind of now own all of us. They sure as hell own the council. And council is acting accordingly in compliance with their new owners. That said, the former township known as Lower Saucon Township, part of the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect, back with you live for June 26, 2022. Little point of privilege here, little host privilege, if you will. Forgive me. We have not been here with you now for about 2 or 3 weeks. Only one of those weeks was planned. 2 weeks ago, I had to cancel the program because the guest came up with a scheduling conflict. Nothing intentional, no, it just happened. Things happen. I also had to work the entire day. So there was no way for me to get back here to start a program, to be here for you, even with, to be here with you, I should say, not for you. This is a family, to be here with you. Kristen was kind enough to come with me because it's pretty much the only way we see each other, is if she would accompany me on work excursions. So we missed you that week. Last week we were not planning to be with you anyway because of Father's Day. And what seems to be a theme for us here in 2022, I do not believe, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that we've done 3 consecutive weeks of shows for you this year. And it's not going to happen again, because next week is July 4th weekend, and we do not do programs, live programs, on holiday weekends, because you should be celebrating, you should be with family, you should be, safely enjoying, all the traditions of a 4th of July holiday weekend. So we will not be with you again next week. However, let's worry about that toward the end, as we approach the 9 o'clock hour, shall we? Let's get into the program. A reminder as well, coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, the gentleman who is our friend, part of the Kennedy Effect family, and is now, I hate to use the term spin-off, I hope he wouldn't be upset if I said that, the first program to saturate Facebook and become part of the Hot101.net family from being on my program. And it's something that I get a tremendous amount of boyful glee out of every time I get to say that he will be following our program. Sergeant Mac will follow us at 9 p.m. So stay tuned with us for the entire evening. We will be with you. So wherever you are on Facebook, we've shared the program already, I believe, to about 100 different places. We might be just a tad bit short. But you, of course, can always share this program anywhere that you feel it welcome. Groups, pages, people, individual timelines, anywhere that you want. The program is yours to share. We want you to share it. We encourage you to share it. Wherever you might be, across the Facebook universe, wherever you might be watching, please feel free to stay exactly where you are. If you are poolside, if you're out having a picnic, if you are in the kitchen getting the kids ready for dinner, folding laundry, whatever it might be, and you're listening to us, please feel welcome to stay wherever you might be listening. However, here's the big however. If you are listening at, for instance, the Lehigh Valley Young Democrats, you can comment in our posting all you wish. I will not see a single one of them. Facebook doesn't work that way, where I don't get to see all the comments coming in from all the places where the show is shared. If you want to comment and interact with me, ask questions, yell, scream, agree, disagree, tell me how much you've missed me, you can do that at our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. That Other Side of Information. That is our home. That is the home for all things surrounding the Kennedy Effect. Join us there, and I will see you. I will say hi. We will take your comments. We'll take your questions. All of it. To our sisters, brothers, friends, and family at Hot101.net. Welcome home. Thanks so much for joining us again on this Sunday. Over 100,000 listeners worldwide. 50,000 when I started with Hot101.net. So we continue to rebuild, grow, and build our fan base, our listener base, if you will. We are thrilled to be with you. If you are listening on a laptop, desktop, tablet, phone, Bluetoothing in the car, Bluetoothing, he tried to say, to a speaker, however you're listening, thank you for being there. You can listen to Hot101.net very, very easily. Our name is our web address. It is Hot101.net. There are apps for 101 at the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android. And if you don't have either an Apple or Android phone, if you have anything else, you can go to the TuneIn Radio app and go up to the search bar, search for hot101.net, and you can listen to us there. And of course, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. We're also proud as well to be back with TCP, the Culture Professional. I have plans currently to travel to Lancaster on Wednesday morning, bright and early Wednesday morning, and actually be part of the morning show on TCP. And I hope that you will join us then. I will post more about it in our group to let you know how that's going to go, how that's going to shake out. That's our tentative plans so far. Phone lines. Folks, I got no clue if the phone's going to work. To be blunt with you, I shut the program down. I tried to restart it. I was in the settings. I tested the sound settings before we joined you today. Everything sounded right, but then again, it sounded right 3 weeks ago, and it didn't work. But we will open up the phone lines later in the program as well. Let me get to my very patiently waiting guest who's listening to me ramble on and on. He was actually kind enough to join early, so he's been listening to me ramble and tap on things and share and fight with the internet for about 20 minutes. And that is a returning friend, a returning family member to this program, and that is Kevin Frederick. Kevin is, I would say, recently returned from a trip to Central America, where he travels on a regular basis to combat, fight, I would say, I always hate using war terms, but to work against, to counsel against the scourge of domestic violence. And there is a domestic violence problem, of course, in the United States. There's one around the world, but there are cultural differences that tend to lead to deeper, more diffuse problems, I guess, I'm groping for a word, in certain cultures and nations than it is here. As bad as the problem may be here, there are cultural reasons where it is worse other places, and Kevin works against that. And we were planning originally to talk about that trip and how it went, what he learned, whom he talked to, how he counsels against such things, especially again in different cultures. And then this week happened. And I'm not sure if you all noticed, just a little bit of breaking news if you hadn't noticed, there was quite a major Supreme Court decision this week. Now, folks, we're going to talk about that. But I'm also going to let you know that there were 3 other major decisions that came out this week. And all 4 of them, any one individual decision, but for darn sure all 4 put together, mean profound, systemic, societal change in the United States. You know, there is a bit of it's an ironic joke. It's a joke of sadness that Republicans want to push us back to the 50s. Yeah, the 1850s. They went a long way to that this week. A very long way. Are you aware of the 4 decisions that took place this week? Most of you probably are. You're informed folks that listen to this program. And hopefully you're more informed when you're done listening to the program, when we sign off. But there were 4 major decisions this week. We know about the decision overturning Roe. That's the big one. That's the headline, and it should be. But there were 3 other decisions. One, and I'm oversimplifying it. One, the court has decided that religious schools should be treated the same as charters or cyber charters. If a school district is required to pay the tuition for a charter or a cyber charter, the court has now decided it shall pay the tuition for religious schooling. Now, for me, that is openly unconstitutional under the Establishment Clause. Folks, Thomas Jefferson's not just rolling in his grave, he's clawing to try to get his way out. There was also a ruling overturning protections over concealed carry of weapons in New York State. that decision basically opens the door to completely unregulated open carry throughout the country. And here's one, and I know Gary Brown is watching and listening in the chat. I saw him pop up. One that I'm sure is inflaming him. Police are no longer allowed, I guess you'd say, to be sued for failing to, neglecting to, forgetting, wink, 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 forgetting to read a suspect their Miranda rights. A ruling that essentially opens the door for the end of Miranda rights. All four of these decisions fundamentally change our country. We have moved within a week from a decreasingly secular country to what I would argue is on the precipice of the government establishing religion. Again, blatantly unconstitutional. The irony of the highest court in the land, the third among equals, by the way, very intentionally. When the framers wrote the Constitution, they envisioned three quote-unquote equal branches of government. But they still had to list which one was going to be first. And that was Congress. And even inside the articles that lay out Congress, it's the House of Representatives that's listed first. The presidency, the executive second, and the courts third. The third among equals. They have to me, and again, I'm no constitutional scholar and I don't play one on the radio. The irony of the highest court in the land, who took upon itself the power of judicial review to decide what is and is not constitutional, a power not given to them in the Constitution, made a blatantly unconstitutional ruling. And we will get into it all within the next 4 hours. Our plan is to be with you right up to 9 o'clock Eastern time. Because wherever you are around the globe, when I say 9 o'clock, it doesn't always make sense to you. 9 o'clock Eastern time here in the United States. Our plan is to take you right up to 9 o'clock and hand it off to Sergeant Mack at 9. So we will talk about that with Kevin up to 7 p.m. And new guests and a new panel takes their seat at 7 p.m. We'll do a little handoff right there. Kevin, you have been exceptionally patient listening to me kind of set everything up and ramble on. Why don't I just, if I could ask you quickly to remind folks who maybe do not remember you from your original visit or who are new to the program, who is Kevin Frederick and how did you get here?
Okay. I'm a retired Presbyterian minister. I served as a Presbyterian minister for 35 years in the Presbyterian Church USA. I've served congregations in Mississippi, Tennessee, and North Carolina, and have been a progressive Christian pretty much all my life. My father integrated a church in 1966 in East Tennessee, which was a big deal. And so his belief in the social gospel and the role of that he played in it throughout his ministry has been an inspiration to me and sort of the grounding for my existence as a Presbyterian pastor. What I want to talk about is the weaponization of religion and also what we're seeing in our society, the weaponization of the presidency, the weaponization of the legal system in the Supreme Court within our system. And to start off with, I want to talk about the role of the church. Now, there's a private role that the church plays, and that includes worship, education, pastoral care, and building community within the community of the believers. But there's also a public sphere, and this is where our emphasis is going to be focused on here this evening. Public sphere includes things like education, clothing the naked, feeding the hungry, and hospital care to those who are sick. But it also has a role of public conscience. The prophetic task is to tell the truth. Walter Brueggemann, who is a Old Testament scholar and has written many books on Christianity, says that the task of the church is in prophetic ministry is to nurture, nourish, and evoke a consciousness and perception alternative to the consciousness and perception of the dominant culture around us. And I would say that in order to define that within the parameters that I'm dealing with, the dominant culture is one that has been expressed so effectively this past week in shutting down the rights of individuals. So the third task then of the church is public witness, advocating for governmental accountability. And I think that's where the church, the mainline church, needs to step up and play a role these days. Now, how these tasks in the public function within churches is the core issue here. Those whose definition of justice is centered around the love and justice of Jesus Christ recognize that Jesus consistently sides with the marginalized, with outsiders, those judged by society as being unworthy, such as in the scriptures, the Samaritan woman at the well, the woman caught in adultery, the Good Samaritan, the blind paralytic, the demoniac, all who society defines as either sinful or less than whole, are restored to wholeness by the love and justice of Christ, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally and within society itself. This demonstrates the love and justice of Christ, and he exhorts his followers to take care of the marginalized and the hungry and the naked and the imprisoned. The church, when it embodies the love and justice of Christ, is inclusive, especially with those who are marginalized today. But there are some parachurch groups and Christian communities who have somehow missed the central message of the gospel, who interpret justice as enacting divine retribution and condemnation of certain groups in our society. They do so by justifying hatred, violence, and ostracism, and they enact retributive justice for God. That's some of what we're seeing has come out of the Supreme Court this week, is some retributive justice acted towards women for taking away their rights for an abortion. But there are the extreme cases, and this is where the weaponization comes in. The Southern Poverty Law Center wrote an article entitled Holy Hate, and I would commend that to you. Holy Hate for the Rights Radicalization of Religion. It identifies these groups, white supremacists, who include the KKK and a group called the Creativity Movement of the Church of the Creator. And these are the ones that influenced young people like Dylan Roof, who killed 9 at the Mother Emanuel Church in 2015, and to the killing of 10 shoppers in a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, just this spring. The bombing of mosques, killing of Jews in synagogues, white race superiority that has resulted in the burning of churches in the South. And the Ku Klux Klan has a book that is their Bible. It's called the Chloron instead of Quran, and it's full of biblical references. So they use the Bible to justify hatred. And that is a very sharp distinction between that and the mainline church. Sovereign citizens is a second group that is identified by the by the Southern Poverty Law Center. And the sovereign citizens are those who refuse to pay taxes and see the U.S. government as the enemy. And those individuals believe in a doctrine based on the Magna Carta and the Bible, and go to the Old Testament and pick out and cherry pick scripture passages that justify their rebellion against the government for excessive taxation. These people oftentimes will hoard food in preparation for the doomsday scenario. Their third group that the Southern Poverty Law Center identifies are the militia extremists who advocate for the right to assault rifles. These are the patriots of the American Revolution, and this is the group that Trump has co-opted into his own position and his authority, particularly on January 6th, 2020 or 2021. They've adopted symbols of the American Revolution, like the Don't Tread on Me flag, like the Confederate battle flag emphasizing states' rights and white supremacy. They admire the founding fathers to the point of religious fervor and emphasize that the Constitution is based on numerous biblical principles, resulting in God is on our side mentality that is adversely directed towards those with whom they disagree. All of this led to the January 6th and the co-option of many in the Republican Party, not all, but many, who have aligned themselves with the party of Trump. So the influence of the weaponization of religion has direct impacts and strongly influences a lot of what's going on in our society these days. And if you listen closely, I would add a fifth dimension, Jeff, to what you said earlier about the four Supreme Court decisions. The fifth one is what's going on with the January 6th hearings, in which we are hearing about the weaponization of the office of presidency and its impact on lives like the woman in Atlanta, Georgia, who was targeted openly and by the president of the US, and whose life has been made a living hell because of that, because she was doing her constitutional duty as a registrant for the voting in the Atlanta area. All of this is an expression of the weaponization, but it trickles down at a deeper level. And what we're seeing in our society today is that there are those who take these extreme positions, modify them a little bit, all in the name of legislating morality, of defining who's in and who's out and who's right and who's wrong at the risk of isolating and alienating large groups within our society and taking away their fundamental human rights. And that too is weaponization within not only within religion, but within our society. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Jeff. I just wanted to
I very quickly thought of 4 questions. I have a feeling the 4 questions might even take us the rest of the time that you are here, but I was just going to put into the chat, and I guess, well, I'll start. Let me back up so I can put this thing in the chat, then we can talk about it. The United States that you woke up to on Friday, is it the same country that you woke up to on Monday?
In some ways, yes. We've seen this kind of coming about. We knew from Justice Alito's leaked information back in the spring about what the Supreme Court ruling on Roe versus Wade was going to be. It not only came out to be almost verbatim, but also even more strident and harsh. What frightens
and arrogant, I would add.
Yes. And what frightens me about this is that this is emboldening the radical right to probably to greater acts of violence, but also emboldening the right to legislate other factors of morality, including gay marriage, the rights of transgender, bisexuals, all those who have, well, they're not traditional in the sense of sexuality, but because they're not, they're viewed by the radical right as being unworthy, and that their rights should be taken away. And that is a fundamental violation of the principles of democracy in this country.
It's a bad analogy, Kevin, but I think you'll understand. When kind of when you wake up around starting kind of like December 20th, it's like a different feel in the air, Even when you have to go to work, you're a little happier. Christmas is coming. It's a joyous and a reflective time of year. You can just feel a little something different in the air. And I don't mean just the cold or if it's snowing or whatever it might be, but there's just a kind of a different feel. Kind of like that Friday before you're going on holiday because you're traveling to some tropical island, you're going to be tuned out for a week, and there's just that extra kind of sense, really kind of a fun sense. When you're a kid in school and you're in the last week and it's all half days and you just know you're kind of at the finish line. I would say since Thursday, there's a fundamental, to me, no one need agree with me. You're smart if you do it, but no one has to agree with me. Because I still believe in this country, so you don't have to agree with me. There's a different tension in the air that
Yes,
was not here a couple days ago, Kevin.
Yes,
it's not. It's and I don't say this to disagree with you. God knows you can have your own opinion, no pun intended. But I guess I would somewhat disagree, not to be confrontational, but just because I feel personally, I think there's a fundamentally different tangential sense, feel, that thing you can't touch, but it's there. This is not the same country that it was a couple of days ago.
And I would agree with you, Jeff. I think we are looking at a period of great tumult ahead of us, I believe, just by being a student of history, and knowing what the other issues are that the right is advocating to address. They will be emboldened now. That's what I was saying earlier. I think that in that way we are in a different country, and yet that perception probably is reflective about 35% of the population of the United States. So it is up to the 65 to 70% of the United States citizens in order to say, we are not going to allow the 30 to 35% define who we are as a country, because right now that's what's happening. That's the scary part about all of this, in my opinion.
Kevin, are there two Jesus Christs? The traditional one that you learned about and taught in the Presbyterian Church, the one I learned about in the Catholic and Moravian churches, and then Republican Jesus, the one who stands on top of a hill with an AK-47 shooting Palestinians. It seems to me that there are two Jesuses, if you will. The one that says, do unto others as you have done to the least among us, you have done unto me. The one, I don't need to quote the Bible to you, but my favorite, if there is one, my favorite Jesus story. The man who overturned the tables of the money changers in the temple, who said, a camel would fit through the, I'm butchering it now, Kevin, please don't take me to task, where a camel could pass through the eye of the needle easier than a rich man could get to heaven. And then there's Republican Jesus, the one that's practically blonde, pale as I am, blue eyes, and hates everything except other pale and blue-eyed people, and worships money. It seems to me there are two Jesuses now. Am I off? Do you feel that? Do you sense that?
Well, that's partly what I was saying here in my introductory statements, is that there's a perception of two different Jesuses. There is only one Christ, and
Is it
the
a
Bible,
perception of two different ones, or the creation of a whole different one?
effectively the moral majority in this country, that group of far-right religious thinkers, has created a perception of Jesus that is far more macho, far more uh, judgmental, far more demanding of followers, and that has been around for a long time. It has just taken on far more political and cultural depth to it in the last 30 years, 40 years, particularly since the rise of the moral majority in the late 70s. That's a false Jesus in every sense of the word, because it does not abide by a true understanding and a deep reading of the scriptures, particularly the gospel message about who Christ is. That is a responsibility not only of the church to say, wait a minute, you're wrong. This is a violation of everything that scripture is about. But it's not just the church that needs to be saying that. It's also good people in society who need to be saying, our understanding of Christ is not this. And so in a sense, we have created two Jesuses. Yes, but there is no biblical understanding that there are two Christs. There is only one. It's the interpretation that's brought to the scriptures that has been the most troubling for me and for many, many Christians who see what's going on and are just, we're trying to figure out what our next step should be to address this effectively. And my being here and speaking in these terms is part of my way of saying, I stand against this, heart, soul, and mind, completely against this radicalization and weaponization of the Christian faith.
5:37 Eastern Time here in the East Coast of the United States. A little late resetting the program. You know, we try to stick to FCC a tiny bit, even though we were not regulated by them, and that means you have to ID yourself at the top and bottom of every hour. So here we are, 5:37 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect. We are back with you live, and we are very, very happy to do so. And we are very happy because of the guests that I am blessed to have joining me this week, and no pun intended, I'm blessed to have them all here. We have missed you for several weeks. Work got in the way, then it was Father's Day, and we were traveling. But we are back with you here this week. We will miss you again next week for 4th of July. I have had quite a number of comments in our Facebook chat that it is becoming a bit of a movement, shall we say, to boycott the 4th of July. If you choose to do so, that is entirely up to you. That's supposed to be one of the beauties of the country, isn't it? Freedom. But we will not be with you for the 4th of July because it is still a national holiday for most. You celebrate it or do not celebrate it, however you choose to do so. That is up to you, and that is what a free country allows, and that is what I believe we were founded to be, he said, hopefully. Wherever you are on Facebook, I think we're at about 100 different places. Please, again, I invite all of you, every single individual, that is watching our program out there, whether it is inside of a group that you are a member of or just yourself personally watching, wherever you might be, however you may do it, I beg you, I ask you, I encourage you to share our program to any other group, any other Facebook page, any other individual that, to which you feel appropriate. That's how we grow the program. And the program has continued to grow in the 3+ years that we have been doing it now, but we need your help to do it. So please feel free to do that. I encourage you to do it. I ask you to do it. Wherever you might be watching, stay where you are. Enjoy. Feel free. We appreciate it. We are grateful for every single one of you that watches and listens, every single group and page that allows us to share our content to you. If you want to take part in the conversation, which is going on right now, and quite properly, really, our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, That Other Side of Information. Around the globe, on your desktops, laptops, tablets, phones, Bluetooth devices, and Alexa, hot101.net. Our website is our name, hot101.net. Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and the TuneIn radio app. And as I said, you can tell Alexa to play hot101.net. And I should be on the morning show this week at some point with TCP, the Culture Professional, a proud, growing, strong, minority-owned business from right here in our Commonwealth in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. We will open up the phone line later in the program. I wish I could tell you how it was going to work. I don't know. I don't know. I have reset it. I have shut it down. I have updated it. I have tested it. Everything was fine. But who knows? I have a feeling we're just not going to know until somebody calls, and then I get a string of comments on where I'm monitoring the program that says we can't hear anything. So we will try that a little later in the program. But we thank you for being here. We are live, and we appreciate you. Talking, of course, about the seismic change to our country that happened this past week. And Kevin Frederick is nice enough to rejoin the program. His second appearance. He's got a silver medal now. He's got 2 appearances. He's moving right up the ladder. Kevin, I think the other decision. All right, let me back up. I have a feeling, in my mind, 2 of these decisions were made because of the lobbying of, money of, influence of, and to please what is a drastic minority of people in this country. And that is this relatively new right-wing evangelicals. I would say Christian, but they live up to none of it. So I'm not sure I can lay that title upon them. But this evangelicalism, which to me is based more on money and power, and control, for that matter. We know about the Roe decision, but it would seem to me equally as consequential, although it has gone relatively quiet and a bit under the radar, is the redirection of public funds to religious schools. It seems to me it violates the Establishment Clause, that the state shall not establish a religion. I remind everyone, Kevin I'm sure is well aware of this, one of the biggest and fiercest, if vociferous debates that happened in the Continental Congress was Jefferson on one side, Jefferson and Madison really, on one side of the argument, Patrick Henry on the other, among others. And the argument was between the use of 2 different words, of and from. Jefferson and Madison wanted not just to establish freedom of religion, they wanted to establish a freedom from religion, thus codifying a permanent wall, separation of church and state. they were overruled. The southern states, in conjunction with Patrick Henry, simply didn't allow it to happen. The best they could do was freedom of religion. It seems to me, Kevin, that the decision about public money to pay for religious schooling, while not stripping an entire constituency of their rights, is equally pervasive to me and a dangerous step in the evolution of our republic. What are your thoughts?
My wife is a public school teacher, was a public school teacher before she retired. And we've talked at length about this very issue, the separation of private school versus public school. Back in the 1970s, there was a group of Presbyterians out of Jackson, Mississippi, who separated from the Presbyterian Church USA, of which I'm part of that's my denomination. They separated, forming the Presbyterian Church of America. In doing so, one of the things that they established was private schools, particularly for white citizens who wanted to flee the integration of public schools. And now to be able to turn around and say the public has a responsibility to fund the education of these individuals who've chosen to remove themselves from the public school system. Not all who do so are doing so because of race. I realize that, but they're removing themselves from the corpus of what America is and allowing for this division between those who have a greater public sense and have been educated within a public school system, the division between that and those who choose to remain separatist in the education of their children is troubling to me, especially now that we're saying we're going to use public funds to take away from public schools and channel that money towards the private education of those individuals who choose to opt out from the public school system as it is. I think that is a slippery slope, and if it goes, within a generation, it may bankrupt the public school system.
But that's the goal, isn't it?
It is a goal.
The goal is to destroy and bankrupt public education and to leave folks left with nothing other than a for-profit model, which is what charters and cyber charters are. It's a for-profit model. And the goal is to return public education because rich people don't want to pay for everything. They don't want to pay for anything. They want everything. They don't want to pay for any of it. So it's to bankrupt and destroy public education, leaving education as a for-profit model. Not 40 years ago, college education was still accessible to everybody. There was no student debt problem before Reagan. And if you can't afford it, then tough on you, you don't get it. That's what all of these things have been moving toward. Education, healthcare, any sort of public services. Make them all toll roads. Can't afford to drive it? Then you don't get to drive. Can't get to work without using one? Then you don't work. Can't afford to see the doctor? Die quickly. Hopefully it won't be so painful. Can't afford schooling? Then you don't get it.
And why is that a problem? It is because it creates a two-tier system. And if you look back prior to integration of the public schools, we had a two-tier system that was racially segregated. Well, now we're going to be economically segregated because we can use public monies to afford individuals to make private choices, and it's going to take away from the well-being and the resources of the majority of the citizens of the country. That's a
Thomas
two-tier.
Jefferson did not start the University of Virginia to make money. If you qualified, if you tested, if you were smart enough and you qualified for entry, you got educated. Jefferson wrote the epitaph, if you will. That's not the right word for it. I just used the wrong word. Somebody will remind me what the right word is. On his headstone. It doesn't mention author of the Declaration, doesn't mention author of the Constitution, doesn't mention President of the United States, doesn't mention all his travels to Europe on behalf of the United States, even when he was not an official ambassador. It says founder of the University of Virginia. Now, folks, our historical lenses are 2020, and we should always learn from history. It's why I talk about history so much on this program. Jefferson and Madison were not perfect men. We all know that. But the lessons that they tried to bury in the Constitution, principles and ideals that would last, are being shattered. When Kevin and I talk about this two-tier system, you either can buy it or you don't get it. It was Jefferson and Madison that stood up most forcefully for the progressive tax system in the United States. The richest paid the most because they had it to give. They fought for the estate tax. They fought for the inheritance tax. They did that. And they did it, and I'm quoting. I'm close to quoting, because now my mind's going blank on me. I'm going to quote it. I got it. It just flowed back. All the answers are always up here. That's why I look up here. To prevent the establishment of a permanent upper class. It's quite literally what we fought a revolution for. As much as we fought a revolution to get out from underneath the thumb of the British Empire, we also fought a revolution for self-determination. That's why, at least at the time, all white men, not just landowners, but all white men, were given the vote. That was a radical ideal, and we have expanded that ever since, until recently. You could be poor, dirt poor, and vote in this country back then. And no, that was not enough. Women should have been, every living creature in the country should have been able to vote back then. I get it. It's not perfect, and it's not a perfect analogy. I'm not trying to make a perfect analogy. I'm saying that some of the founding principles of this country have been trampled on this week. They've been absolutely trampled on. This country's fundamentally changed. We're all going to have to do a gut check to see what we do about it. But Kevin, why do you think, where are all the other voices like you?
Right now, trying to figure out what our next step's going to be. It is a gut punch that has happened 5 times, including the 4 legislative and then the 5th, what we're continually learning about the violation of the office of the presidency and the whole Constitution of the United States and the right for the individuals to vote. Those are all gut punches. And I believe, already there is some dialogue that's happening, but it's going to take a while for this voice of what I would perceive as reason and justice to get itself on its feet and figure out the next steps on how to combat this. It's not as if it's unknown and unexpected. We've sort of been expecting, particularly Roe versus Wade, but some of these other rulings are really very troubling as well.
How
Jeff,
important-
I want to, if I may, switch gears with you a minute and do a historical assessment. There are two examples that I know of legislative morality. One, the 13th and 14th Amendments dealt with the rights of the freedom, bringing freedom to enslaved human beings in the United States. That was legislative morality. The second one that happened in the 20s and failed was on prohibition. It was a legislative morality trying to make the nation free from alcohol. It failed miserably. My hope is that when legislative morality restricts freedoms and choices of individuals, rather than liberates, as the 13th and 14th Amendment did for African Americans in this country or any enslaved human beings in this nation, my hope is that legislative morality that dictates and defines behavior is going to fail ultimately. However, I believe we're in for a pretty long ride on this whole issue that we're facing now as a result of Friday's ruling. It's with a 6-3 majority, there's more to come. You can guarantee it. And until that balance of power is reconfigured in the United States, we're going to see more of this.
Kristen and I were honored enough to attend a very hastily arranged rally in the city of Bethlehem at Hayrow Plaza, which is a lovely flat area which is always beautifully decorated at Christmas, between the Bethlehem Municipal Library and the City Hall. And it was full. It was a good crowd. It was a peaceful and beautiful crowd. And there are two members of the clergy spoke there, and I am a bit embarrassed to say that I don't remember their names because it really wasn't a program handed out for anybody. It was quite hastily done. But it was my takeaway from one of said speeches that any moral outrage or any moral troubles that you may have with abortion as a practice kind of need to take a back seat. To the ideal that a structure of government, especially five, because it was a 5-word decision, but 5 unelected, life-appointed people, that if you have a moral troubles with abortion, and I don't, it bothers me not, anyone that says I can't stand the idea of it. I personally, I usually get in trouble with this ideal, but I wish no woman ever had to face that choice, ever. Ever, ever, ever. But it's also none of my damn business. And I quite frankly do not understand. I know why, because it's been weaponized. It's energized a constituency to vote against their own self-interest for going on 50 years now. But I broke off there. She was speaking about how any moral objections you might have to abortion as a practice or a thought kind of have to sit back compared to the greater ideal that an individual no longer has decision-making power over what happens in their own body. again, Kevin, it's a very poor analogy, but I think it's quite simple, and I think it's something most people can grasp. And sometimes, when you're very inflamed and emotional about a position that you have to break it down to a very simple analogy. Okay, so women, you can no longer decide what to do with a pregnancy that is happening inside your own body, regardless of how that pregnancy was begun. What comes next? A few years ago, I had my nose fixed because I couldn't breathe out of half of it. It's body altering. You can't do that anymore. Is the government going to tell me I can't do that? You and I have gorgeous white hair, by the way. If we decided to change that, we can't do that anymore? I can't get a hip replacement. I can't get a tattoo. My ears are pierced. Can't do that anymore. It sounds like a very silly analogy, but, and I know that there are other roads that we're talking about traveling down, like gay marriage, gay adoptions, interracial marriage.
Right.
I understand that that's the more serious travel, and maybe my analogy is kind of silly and clumsy, but doesn't it illustrate what the hell this decision was about? Oh, I've got gray hair. I want to dye it because I don't feel, gray makes me look old. Oh, no, can't do that. Bodily autonomy. This decision removes bodily autonomy. And no matter how narrow Justice Alito tried to make it, it seems to me it's a lot easier to extend it out over everyone. Men no longer have bodily autonomy because the precedent has been set. If I wanted to argue in front of the Supreme Court that we can't have vasectomies anymore, which, by the way, would cure most of these pregnancies, wouldn't it, folks? Get your tubes clipped. I don't have bodily autonomy anymore. That's really what's been taken away. I understand the abortion angle of it. And I believe that abortion is health care. It's a woman's health care. And if Kristen gets pregnant tomorrow, I would like to have some decision making. We live here together. But at the end of the day, I don't. Because she's the one that's got to deal with it. She's got to carry it. The health problems are going to be hers. The morning sickness is going to be hers. The weight gain is going to be hers. So what she was discussing is that we have to realize that, and there's nothing Christian in the hate of this. There's nothing Christian in that your body is somehow the purview of this higher secular authority. That is any of those messages. I went all over the place there. I got a little emotional, but does any of that make sense to you? Is it something that you agree with? Is it something that does it fit within your life and your experience? That there's nothing godly. There's no love message. There's no message of inclusivity when this very narrow margin of people have literally taken your body from you.
Yeah, and
I put about 60 questions in there, but I'm sorry. I got on a run.
That's all right. The choice is not just about carrying a child to term. It is about having a responsibility for the rest of that individual's life, especially until they're 18. For a woman who has been raped or has been a victim of incest, or young girl who has been sexually assaulted with rape or incest, or those, to say that individual has to carry that child to term when every single day is a reminder of the first violation that happened to them with the sexual assault, but then also to realize that um, without the resources, and many of the women and girls who in not only this society, but in India and other locations around the world, throughout the world, who do not have an option, um, are given a burden for the rest of their lives um, that they did not choose. And to take away the right of that individual to say, my life, the rest of my life, means that in a healthy relationship that could be possible further on down the road, I can make choices as to when I want to have a child. But it is not now, not when I'm 13 years old and have been raped. Uh, Once we take the rights away from everyone, we fail to recognize the nuances that so many individuals face. What about a mother who has 5 children and the husband is left and she's pregnant with the sixth? You know, that may sound like far-fetched, but it
No,
happens, and
yeah, it's not.
it's real. And when people are unable economically to provide for, have a struggle to provide for their own children, much less any unexpected child, um, are we doing anything to enhance their life by telling them that they have to carry that child full term, even if they give it up for adoption? Um, it's by making a universal decision. I would counsel and have in the past counseled young women, young girls, um, about what their options are, but I'm not going to tell them what decision they need to make. That's their choice. And
What
I
kind of
think that's responsibility religiously that I have to say, here are the parameters, the options that you have. But now that choice has been taken away by the federal government and the legislative branch of the federal government. And I think the other side of that equation is what happens, what all these people that are saying the rights of the baby to live are not going to be there when, when they become children, and then they become angered and embittered human beings because their life was such a wreck, because they were not brought into a healthy environment. Um, I don't see the radical right saying we're going to be there until they're 18 and able to go out and function on their own as a contributing member of society. They're not even willing to make the effort to get that person to that level. Now
no? But
that's a
if they're
general statement.
but if they're poor and uneducated, they're great profit generators because they either become low-paid drone workers or they go to prison for profit.
There you go. Somebody's getting rich.
It's not me, I
No,
guarantee
it's not.
it. 6:07 Eastern Time. Let me do a quick reset. This is the Kennedy Effect, and we are live for June 26th, 2020. I have noticed, folks, as I look into my Zoom square, if I don't move occasionally, I wear a black shirt because I'm kind of a fat guy. I got a lot of extra weight piled on here, and it makes me look a little thinner, but occasionally I look like a disemboweled head. I kind of blend in with my curtains, and I kind of look like a floating head. I really probably need a different color shirt. Maybe I should go with white next week. Wherever you are on Facebook, and we've shared to about 100 different places, please continue to share our program. Spread the word. Invite your friends, neighbors, family, groups, pages, wherever it might be. Help us grow this family wherever you are on Facebook. Continue to stay, watch, enjoy. If you missed any of the program so far, you will be able to go to our YouTube channel, also called That Other Side of Information. You can watch the program. It's in its entirety there as well. You will also find it in every Facebook group that we have shared it. You can go back and watch from the beginning there as well. That other side of information is also our home group Facebook page. Did I say, George just told me I said 2020 again. I don't know why I keep doing that. It's 2022, promise. We might wish for better days, but it's not. Wherever you, so that other side of information, he threw a monkey wrench. I had a whole thing in my head and he threw it into me. That other side of information on Facebook, that's where we are. Come and talk to us there. I've seen a very lively chat. I know I have not gotten to a lot of your comments. If you have questions for Kevin, please put them in there. I will get to them. Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, Tune In, Radio app, and ask Alexa to play. Or tell Alexa, be forceful about it. Tell Alexa to play Hot101.net and TCP, the Culture Professional, and I believe I will be with them on Wednesday morning, is our current plan. Christy Murphy Moore says in the chat it's 1972. I would say it's 1852. I would go for somewhere around 1852. So yeah, I think Wednesday morning I will be part of the morning show live with the crew in studio in Lancaster. I believe on Wednesday morning. That is the plan. Kevin, I would never ask you to divulge anyone's name, personality, etc., but I'm sure that you have friends, former member, or not former members of your church, but members of your church from when you were still behind the pulpit each week, who probably have, who may have reached out in concern, maybe even shock at these decisions, although I don't think any of us should have been shocked. Again, I'm not trying to violate anyone's trust or break into their personal, but what have you heard? What's been the responses or reactions, or who's called to say, Kevin, I'm just, what do I do? I'm upset. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what have you heard? Even if they're in a non-religious context, or if they are, I mean, either way, but what are you hearing? What is the feedback that you've gotten especially since Thursday, that you're willing, that's okay for you to share, I should say, that is okay to discuss?
Well, let me just generalize here. I had a long email that was on Facebook recently that came from a young member of the church who at one point in high school had an affair, and it resulted in a pregnancy and a biracial child. What she was saying is that she was lucky because she grew up in a household that was loving and accepting of her, and that she found the support that she needed, not only from her household, but also from the community of faith. When that child was born, we celebrated that child with a baptism in the church, and that child has grown up in the church and has become a strong youth leader. But she points out, I was lucky because I had these resources available. What I have since learned from about her is that she also was targeted by those on the religious right, calling her a whore, all kinds of name calling, and really talking down about her because of her biracial child. She never got that. And I never heard that from any member of the church that I served towards her. It was always a very loving acceptance and recognition that we are a place of welcome, and that's what we're called to be. Now it strikes me, and she was the one to point this out, the very people that called her names and were dismissive of her and pejorative to her were the individuals that were advocating for the end of abortion. And, there's something that doesn't fit with that scenario for people to say, we want the rights of the child, but are condemning of a young teenage pregnant mother because she had a child out of wedlock, and a biracial child at that. Now that's deplorable. And yet that is the dichotomy of thinking that happens in some individuals on this very issue. They want that baby to be born, but they're going to condemn the hell out of the mother for a choice that she made, which impacts her the rest of her life.
To ask, I think, either of us to put ourselves in the minds of these religious radicals, in my humble opinion, zealots, if you will, to borrow a biblical term. I find it, at a minimum, ironic, if not completely inflaming to me. They never have an alternative, Kevin. What is the alternative? You can't have an abortion. It's an abomination against God. You're a sinner. You're, as you said, you're a whore for getting pregnant in the first place, even though that's pretty much how we procreate the species. We can't, you can't abort that baby. That baby has rights. The only alternative ever seems to be carry to term. There's nothing after that.
Right.
So why do you suppose there's nothing after that? It would seem to me to have a fully thought out contradictory opinion to the right to an abortion, you should have a thought out contradictory opinion. But it seems to stop at carry to term. Why do you suppose that is? For me, it means you're not moral, you're not religious, you're not a person of faith. You're just inflamed about something, but you're also monumentally misinformed, ill-informed, mal-informed, and probably willingly ill-informed. What happens after birth, folks? They'd have no answers. Why do you suppose that is? It would seem to me if they were truly people of faith, they would have answers.
There are a few that I have known over the years who have thought through, who are against abortion, but also recognize the responsibility that means for society to raise those children in a constructive and healthy environment. But I won't say vast majority, I don't know, but a significant number of individuals do exactly what you just said, Jeff, and that is stop the care and concern for that child once they have cried and have entered exited the womb and entered the world. And that is, in my opinion, morally reprehensible, because it says the responsibility is not ours. Once we legislate the importance of having that child to be born, then we wash our hands of any responsibility once a child is here.
But doesn't it have to be something more than that? I mean, my God, you have an. I think, you know what? I think we need to highlight this too. A woman's right to choose. The last poll that I saw, and someone, I'm sure, will correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. But even among self-identified Republicans was polling at a 54% approval rating. Because maybe, just maybe, there are some self-identified Republicans out there who are rediscovering their roots. That they are supposed to be the small government party, and that government should not be telling anyone what to do with their own bodies.
And they also are supposed to defend the Constitution. And if anything that we've seen, those that follow Trump have violated the Constitution of the central role of democracy and the individual's right to vote, rather than have it be autocratically determined that all of that is a lie. And the number of people in this society that have bought into that lie and continue to, even with overwhelming evidence from many Republican officials who've been interviewed by the January 6th committee, there are still those that say they believe Trump more than they believe the vast majority of people who've testified. It's incredible to me that, but you know, if you look at what happened in Nazi Germany and the number of people who bought the lie, and how many of them realized way too late in that country what mistake they had made. And yet, even at the end of World War II, there were those pro-Nazis. I saw a program not long ago about the resistance movement and the attempts to assassinate Hitler by those who were loyalists in the army, who were trying to do this for democracy, for the democracy and the right of Germany to function as a nation again. And for the first 5 years after that, there were those that the vast majority of people saw those individuals as traitors to Hitler rather than loyalists to the soul of the country. And yet too, that changed, but it took a long time to change it.
And there's a principle that's named after a professor, and I consistently blank on his name. I want to say it's Godwin's law that, you know, the first one to invoke Nazis loses the argument. But the parallels are striking, Kevin. This week, just as we were ending the right to personal, I have an allergy nose itch. That's not pleasant. That's not fun to look at, folks, but I'm trying to itch my own nose. I got such an itch in here because you don't want to hear me sneeze. I'm going to blow the mic right out. The Germans this week, Kevin, repealed a Nazi-era law that it had been unenforced largely since the end of World War II, but it was still on the books. Repealed a Nazi-era law that criminalized doctors who performed abortions. The irony here is cannot go without recognition. Mm-hmm. That as we drift deeper and deeper into fascism, even with a Democratic president and Democratic Congress, albeit by the thinnest of margins, and quite a few folks in that Congress who are wear the label of the Democratic Party but don't really live up to it. It is I said it earlier in the program, I say it every week, that the lessons, there are so many lessons to our modern problems that are in our own history. And this Hitler and the Nazis themselves they weaponized religion early on.
Absolutely.
And it became a cult of one man. And if you weren't like him or did what he said, and the people around him, you didn't count until it got to a point where you didn't deserve to live anymore. We're not that far down the road.
No, thankfully.
But I'm reminded of Mussolini's rise to power, where he used the brown shirts. The brown shirts were not military. They were rogue bands of self-described militia.
Right.
I.e. the Proud Boys.
Oath Keepers.
They wore the Oath Keepers. They wore the brown shirts, and they followed Mussolini, and they were his muscle. We are going down the same road. The United Nations itself has declared the United States as a democracy in peril. The Canadians are actively planning for a time when democracy ends in the United States and how it will affect them. Abortion is now more readily available, safer, more legal, and I would even replace the word abortion with bodily autonomy. Individual bodily autonomy is now safer, more legal, more available, more private. In Ireland and Mexico. A couple of pretty Catholic countries, Kevin.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Where are we going? What do you see? Not necessarily an end game, but where are we a year from now? Well, where are we at general election time? Are we going to be lucky to have a blue wave again to restore and protect these rights? Will continued gerrymandering and Republican officials, quote-unquote officials, occupying key election positions in states and municipalities across the country decide for us who the winner will be? Because that's now legal in 9 states.
That's right. That's
Where
right.
are we? Where are we? It seems to me that one of the, correct me if I'm wrong, my early Christian teachings, and certainly the more that I continue to learn and the more that I continue to try to absorb my private conversations with God, we all have them. I think most of us have them. I find that when I'm in the middle of a service, especially when I had the pleasure to attend a Catholic service at the church where President Kennedy was married in Newport, Rhode Island. And if you've never seen it, please go do so. It is a remarkably humble church for a Catholic church. It is not ornate and overdone. It's somewhat Gothic, and it's just a very lovely little church. And it's a wonderful place to take in a service. Whether you're Catholic or not, they welcome everyone there because they realize how many tourists they have, and so many people drift in, on Sunday mornings. But there's the church services that I attend. There's such a freedom to it to me. There's a liberty to it to me. And I'm sure the deeper and deeper and deeper religious folks would say, well, it's the Holy Spirit. And I suppose it is. But there's a freedom to it to me. There's a lightening of the heart, an extra energy of it to me. It seems to me that this very small group of people who are trying to, and have this past week, fundamentally changed our society. They're not living and breathing that light-heartedness, and I don't mean light-heartedness in a humorous way. I mean it in an uplifting, a lightening of the spirit, a lifting of the burdens. I think a church service is freeing. It is spiritually lifting. It's empowering every individual that's in that church. Why does that seem to have been lost? Or are we talking about just such a small group that is using it for these heavy, top-down, caging type goals? I mean, am I making sense here, Kevin? Are you following where I'm trying to get to? Or
yeah, I think so. I don't think it's lost by all Christians by any means. The passage from Galatians 5 comes to mind. For freedom, Christ has set us free. Do not fall back into a spirit of slavery. what he's talking about there is a slavery of hatred, a slavery of fear, a slavery of sin, a slavery of that which restricts life. Now, when we take away this notion of freedom, we do restrict the soul of an individual, and that sense of freeing that the Spirit brings is robbed from us. Over the years as a pastor, I have welcomed a number of people who came out of Baptist churches into Presbyterian churches because here in the Presbyterian church, they found a freedom and an emphasis on grace and forgiveness rather than condemnation and judgment. And that, yeah, the Bible has those elements of condemnation and judgment in it, but it also says, judgment is mine, says the Lord. It is not for us as human beings to judge one another. It is for us to point to the light, to educate, but certainly not to condemn. Not to restrict an individual from finding that freedom for themselves and that grace that's available for all people. That's a promise that I have lived by in my role as a minister. That freedom and that grace is there for all human beings, and that's what is the transformative power of religion in people's lives, to know that you're not bound by your past, that life is good, that you are loved by a God that loves you for who you are, not for all the bad things you've done or didn't do. You know, so asking for that freedom and that forgiveness enables us to understand and truly internalize grace.
Would I be correct, and I'm sure I'll butcher the quotes, would I be correct in that same sense of freedom that one can gather from the church again comes from Christ when he tells the Jewish authorities that the law is alive? The scripture is not just words on a paper, but it lives, it breathes, it changes, it grows. And
absolutely,
you'll forgive me where this happened. He describes to, I don't remember whether it was part of a sermon and to the disciples themselves, that the church is not a building with four walls and a roof. The church is not even this pile of rocks. The church is here. My church is here. You carry it with you. And there's an empowerment to that, in my opinion. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't. But there's an individual empowerment to that the law is alive. You read the scriptures and you take from them not what's convenient, but what fits you. You interpret them. You take them in. You read them. And that you are my church. That if I live to the teachings and the morals and the principles that Jesus laid out for us, that I am the church. We may come to the church to gather in fellowship, and that's extremely important. And the church family is very, very important. The young lady that you mentioned earlier would not have achieved what she did without that church family. So that family is important. But what I take from Scripture, and when I pass on those teachings, when I do unto others, as I would do to the least among us, that the church is then with me. Isn't that kind of a fundamental, it's a statement of freedom to me, is it not?
Absolutely. When you consider when Jesus distilled all the law and the prophets, he said there are two commandments: love God, love your neighbor as yourself. Now, is legislating morality in a restrictive way that takes away the rights of women, loving our neighbor as ourself? I I can't see it.
So then let me back up to a question that I asked before. Clergy like yourself who feel who who feel as you do. You mentioned that you're kind of as a collective, I would imagine, trying to figure out what to do next, what to say, what to impart onto your congregations. What do you say to the other self-described clergy? The ones who are cheering themselves this week, the ones who are looking for the next targets, or the one or even the ones who have said, you know what, everybody, great job. We've been working for 50 years for this. We got there. Good job, everybody. Let's head home. What do you say to them?
Well,
It's not an easy one. I don't mean
no,
to do it that way, but they're standing at the pulpits of their churches in front
yeah,
of their congregations, laying out just the diametric opposite of what you and I have talked about this evening. And frankly, what we talked about the first time that you were kind enough to join us. It's the antithesis of what the stories of Christ tell us. But again, they've weaponized it, they've used it, they've raised money on it. They consider themselves, whether they graduated seminary or not is actually not my point, they're heads of churches. The same way you have been, the same way your friends and contemporaries are. But they're not you. What do you say? How do you, if you had the opportunity to speak to them, if you could break bread around the table, what do you say to them?
I would think that one of the things is get yourself ready, because you know someone in your church is going to be faced with this dilemma of not having a choice anymore. What are you going to tell that person? Um, are you going to make sure that you've got the system in place to be able to help that individual if their only option is to carry that baby to term, maybe have it adopted, maybe raise it by themselves as a single mother, poor mother? Are you in a position as a church to be supportive of that mother and child for until that child is fully raised? Um, and also to say, by focusing on the the pregnancy itself and not on the rest of the individual's life, you are missing a key component about our responsibility as human beings to one another. Um, if you're not willing to follow through and provide uh, congregational support in some way, or see that the society also is supportive of that woman by engaging in legislation for the well-being of that child and that mother, then you're missing the boat as to what your responsibility is. Now that this decision is made, um, I guarantee you, I will be working with others to make sure that this is addressed again and reversed. But in the meantime, pointing out to that individual, okay, you've made this bed. Now you've got to figure out how you're going to function within it as an advocate of the gospel, to really flesh that out in that person's life or those children's lives uh, when they happen in your own congregation, because it's going to happen.
Well, first off, the fact that you might even be patient enough to have such a discussion probably proves why you're a better man than me. And it's not so much that I'm trying to drag you into a hypothetical, but if you're standing next to one of these folks, I mean, do you? Gosh, I really know what the question I'm trying to ask. I'm framing it really, really poorly. Do heads of churches on that side of it, be they ordained or self-identified or ordained on the internet or whatever they've decided to do, I mean, they're just not preaching the same thing that you are, Kevin. It's a whole different. I guess it goes back again to Jesus and Republican Jesus. I mean, they're just not. They're not really. They're not talking about the same things you're talking about. It's wealth. It's wealth doctrine. It's power. It's these folks aren't like us.
It's control.
Immigrants aren't like us. Muslims aren't like us.
It's control and a desire to say whites first, conservatives first, those who think like us first, and to hell with the rest of the world. It's.
How does denying a woman the right over her own body, and again, I would postulate this, that as serious as that is, this is a denial of personal privacy for all of us. It's codified in the abortion ruling, and even though Alito again tried to be very, very, tight on that ideal, you have Thomas already talking about we need to look at contraception, gay marriage. It's not just a slippery slope; it's a cliff. But how does we talked in your first visit about the wealth doctrine, and I do think that ending a woman's right over her own body is part of that power and control that the wealth doctrine brings with it. Is that something that you agree with? Are you still seeing this deeper proliferation of the wealth doctrine? Is that where a lot of this is born out of? Or is it just simple control, growing the flock, so to speak, that's,
I would characterize it more going back to the concept of retributive justice and acting as God's moral agent in the world to enact a perception of God's will. It happens to be a very false perception, in my opinion. But that, I think, is a major driver that good Christians, quote unquote, good Christians within that mindset look at themselves as having the responsibility to carry out God's judgmental and retributive enforcement of a very narrow interpretation of the will of God.
Do you think that's how they absolve themselves to a point, Kevin? I'm not making this judgment on you. God is making this judgment on you.
I've heard it stated almost exactly that.
I'm not the one that doesn't think you should have authority over your own body. God does. I don't think the rich people should lead us. God does. Using God as an excuse, so to speak.
And the rich people leading us, that gets back to that prosperity gospel. That's a central tenet of that prosperity gospel issue. It's and that too is weaponization of religion. When religion is communicated in a way that is retributive and false, it becomes a weapon that casts judgment and dehumanizes anyone who is targeted with that orientation and that hatred, because underneath it, there is human hatred involved there. And we're better than you. And by God, I do
We're the
not
pious
find that.
ones. We're the
I do
pious
not
ones, so we're
find
better
that
than
in
you.
the scriptures at all, as
Right.
far as we're better than you. That's not what Jesus tells us. He says, you are my brothers and sisters, which makes us equal in the sight of God. All people equal.
I'm getting some comments in the chat about folks who want to call in. Folks, I have no clue how my phone software is working. I will give you the phone line in just 1 second. But Kevin, I really wanted to read this comment for you, and I hope she doesn't understand. Hope she doesn't mind. She put it in the chat, so I guess it's not a secret. So I'm going to put it out there. Becca, who's new to the program, welcome, Becca. If you have listened to us before, I do not recognize your name. So forgive me. If you are new to the program, welcome, welcome, welcome. We could not be here without good folks like you there. Please spread the word. Share us around to wherever you think is appropriate. And if you don't mind, I'm going to read your comment. Because Kevin, I think this is a young lady who might want to hear from you. I'm not sure. I'm not making that judgment or decision for her, but I'm just saying the comment got to me, and it's something that I think someone would want to hear from a man of your character. This is from Becca. As a product of a forced birth, I am the resulting product of child molestation. So instead of having the choice to not continue her pregnancy, my mother was forced to bring me into a family of secrets, which, and this is not my excuse for my behavior growing up, my entire life has been a nightmare. I would rather have been aborted and suffer my shame, guilt, and self-destructive behavior. You have a new family here, Becca. We're here every Sunday night. You are always welcome here. Kevin, I just lay that in front of you, which is probably a terrible thing for me to do, but I lay that in front of you.
Yeah, it's there's a sadness about that statement, in recognition that this young woman's life, that she's felt, it's been tragic. It's been damaged by circumstances way beyond her control. But now that she's here, there are people that, would welcome you, that would embrace you into a sense of love and hope. And I would hope that you keep striving to find a community where you feel comfortable and accepted, and can grow into the full sense of who you are as a human being. That does not discount the hell that you have been through and your mother has been through in that situation. But you're here. You are a living human being, and valued and loved not only by God but by other people. And that, I would hope, would give you the courage to embrace your life as it is and as it can be, more as it can be than what it has been in the past.
A follow-up comment. Thank you for letting me finally feel some relief. I'm 61 years old and have never really lived my life. I've never been able to tell anyone. Thank you. Please feel free to contact me. Well, you contact me, Beck. I'm not going to chase you. But isn't it, doesn't it speak to the interconnectivity of some of these issues, Kevin? That when the last time that I did a DuckDuckGo search, women are 54% of the American population. They are the majority.
Yes.
and I believe it's still 54%. It may have changed, but I think it's 54. Isn't it interesting about the connectivity of these issues that when the majority of the population of this country has just been or just had rights taken from them, first time in the history of the Supreme Court where they have stripped rights, that we begin to see these other related, connected issues come to life. Rape, incest, child abuse, spousal abuse, familial abuse, abandonment, adoption, yeah, I lost my train of thought. But isn't it interesting how many more contraception, IVF, how many more of these issues seem to spider out from the initial rock that hits the window is the Dodd decision, and then all of these small cracks tend to spider out from that central location. Isn't it amazing? So Alito can try to bullshit us all he wants with his narrow, this is only about abortion. No, you stripped every sentient being in this country of its own individual liberty. Period. And by the way, folks, Democratic, progressive, left-leaning, centrist, independent, non-affiliated, Republicans who know better. This is not about abortion. This is about individual liberty. It's what we fought a revolution for. Whether I have a really big house or a small one, a people mover or a sports car, a red shirt or a blue shirt, or no shirt. Do you find that as interesting as I do, Kevin? The confluence of all of these different things that have grown from this one point. It's like the Big Bang. The Dodd decision is the point, and then it blew up and expanded out from there.
Yeah, I've got within my family 2 extended family members that are in a same-sex marriage. One of those families has children. Is this going to strip those individuals of their constitutional rights to be in a loving relationship defined by love and producing a healthy home for those individuals and for their children? You talk about the spider web and what's next. Those are rights that are now up for grabs, as far as, you know, how far the radical right takes this stuff and these rulings. Interracial marriage, as you've said.
See, I think that's the thing about Thomas's concurrent decision. The 3 decisions that he names in there, and I actually, Shay was kind enough to put them in earlier. I will scroll back feverishly to see if I can find them. I don't know if I can. He mentions 3 decisions. One is, darn it. I knew it wouldn't. Oh, there it is. Justice Thomas said that we need to re-examine. He's telling the right wing what to sue about next.
That's right.
Griswold, which is contraceptives, the Lawrence decision, which is premarital sex to procreate outside marriage, and Obergefell, which is same-sex relationships. He may have stopped there, but this cabal of craziness is not going to stop there, because racism and classism is already a very deep part of what they do. So Thomas may have only mentioned those 3 cases, But you can see where that goes. Where does that stop? Integration of the schools? Integration of the military? The rights of an immigrant at the border to get an inoculation against smallpox. Where does it stop? We were happy enough to get a caller. I'm literally holding my phone up to the microphone because my software is crap and I can't get it to work anymore. So, caller, Kevin is going to be with us literally for 6 more minutes, so let's do it quick. Your first name and where you're calling from, please. Hold on. Hold it.
Joe.
Try that again. Start again. I'm sorry. Start again.
Gary Brown. I'm calling from Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Welcome, Gary.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Kevin, I'm glad you're on the show. I grew up a Christian. Grew up in Coral Gables, Florida, going to University Baptist Church in the 1970s. A Baptist church in predominantly white neighborhood in the 70s that did very well with Christians. With a diverse congregation. And today, most of us are floored at what's happening with the church. I have fought with people in this church because, to me, they're not Christ-like. They've become the flesh, the angry, extremely racist flesh has completely taken over the interpretation of the Bible and everything. So I'm glad to hear you speak up about this, and I think we should do more. I think we should have whistleblowers in these 501c3s, organization churches every Sunday, calling them out and writing them up with the IRS, because if they want to get involved politically, they should be paying taxes. I really strongly believe that they should be paying at least 5% flat tax. So, just that. Thank you for letting me share.
And
Hey, Gary, thank you. First off, Gary's been with us quite a number of weeks in a row now. Thank you, Gary. I think you're still relatively new to the program, but also for being patient. I know you wanted to call much earlier. We found out a way. I have a very, very rudimentary way of making it work so that everybody can hear you. So thank you for being patient. Appreciate your question. Kevin, go ahead in your last few moments. Speak to what Gary just mentioned.
Yeah, I think, Gary, if you reflect on what the tumult and turmoil within the Baptist, Southern Baptist denomination has been recently, it has been over the issue of clergy sexual misconduct and how that has been swept under the rug as a way of trying to keep it from becoming a public and litigious issue within the church. They have come clean with that just recently, but how many lives have been damaged? All in the name of an individual who thought, in 99% of the cases, probably the pastor, succumbed to temptation, whatever he wants to call it, but violated his pastoral authority by sexualizing a relationship with a church member. Wrong. And for that to not be recognized until 2022 in the Southern Baptist Church, and expressed as a wrong within the Southern Baptist Church, it's just deplorable. But there's that's part of the double standard, I think, of calling for a ban on abortions, but at the same time, for years being engaged in sexual misconduct as a clergy member, violating their office in so doing.
Kevin,
Now, I don't think I answered your question, Gary, but I talked around the edge of it a little bit there.
I know you have to leave us at 7. That's roughly around 2 minutes. I just want to leave open the floor to you to anything else that you know how we usually end up here. If there's anything I didn't get to mention that you didn't get to fully explain, any parting thoughts that you want to leave with everybody, and if you wish, how people can follow you, get a hold of you, and so on.
Well, I'd be happy to receive any comments from people. I will give you my email address. If people want to make contact, I'll let them do it through you.
Okay, fair enough. I'll pass that on. Kevin, as I warned you the first time that you came to visit us, you're in trouble now, sir. You're part of the family, and it means I'm going to continue to call on you every time we are having one of these moral crises in this country, and I don't see it as anything less than that. We
Right.
really are. The nation really is at a crossroads. Oh, crap. I wanted to ask you about something. I'm going to do it very quick. I know Jill's going to be patient. There's something I wanted to ask you about because I looked it up and then we moved on. Kevin, you're aware of the Treaty of Tripoli.
No, I'm not.
It is the first presidential veto ever in the history of the country was by James Monroe. He vetoed a bill where the government was going to provide, the federal government was going to provide money to a church to help the unsheltered. He vetoed that because he felt it ran against the Establishment Clause, and that secular money, government money, should not be going to a religious institution. But there is also Article, if I'm reading it right, what is XL in Roman? Is that 15? Jill probably knows. I think it's Article 15. The Treaty of Tripoli is the first treaty signed by the United States, by the way, after the Armistice Treaty with the British, but it was the first foreign treaty signed by the United States and ratified by the Senate. The particular article of this of the Treaty of Tripoli was a peace between the Barbary pirates off the coast of what is now Libya and so on and so on. As the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. And it continues from there in quite some language of the time that we would not use any longer, by the way. But I would just offer that out as a corollary to what we saw this week, where the highest court in the land made decisions based on religion. The initial governments of this country, I believe that was under the Monroe presidency as well. No, Washington may have signed that one. I'm blanking at the moment. Either Washington or Monroe signed it. Openly saying in a treaty, in an internationally agreed upon document, that this country is not in any sense found on the Christian religion.
No, the original founders, many of them were deists. They believed in God, but they were. Thomas Jefferson took the Bible and excerpted huge portions of it, including the resurrection.
Yes.
Because
he cut out the miracles and left the teachings,
right,
and the parables, and the, dare I say, in the speeches, but especially the Sermon on the Mount takes a large section of the Jeffersonian Bible, and you can still find the Jeffersonian Bible for sale. You can still get copies of it. But it takes out the miracles and leaves the lessons. Lessons we seem to have forgotten, Kevin, it would seem to me.
That's right.
My friend, I'm so very, very grateful for you. I told you you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to stay. I know you said you had it out at 7, so I will leave you to it, but you are welcome to hang with us. And as I warned you last time, you're part of the family. You're always welcome here. The door is always open to you here. If you and fellows, contemporaries of yours, want to come back and talk about how to heal this country, or what the next step is, or how we don't lose faith, and I mean that not just as a throwaway phrase, but how we don't lose faith, please come back and see us.
Well, we still have to have a conversation, Jeff, about the weaponization of masculinity as well, and how that is being used not only in this country but around the world as a proponent of domestic violence. And that's what my heart has been given to, that work, not only in this country but in different nations around the world. So I'd be happy to come and talk about that next time with you. And who
Well, here in
knows?
Pennsylvania, it's how many AR-15s do you have? How big of a smokestack on your truck do you have? And how much filth can it spit out? How loud is your motorcycle? We have lots of male body part allegories going on here. How many flags can you put on the back of your truck? It's like a damn parade float around here. But anyway, Kevin, thanks for being here. And yes, I do want to have you back because, again, we originally scheduled this to talk about your work. And then, you know, the country went to hell in a handbasket this week. So then we adapt with the times. But thank you for being here. You are always, 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 always welcome here. And please just come back and see us. You're always
Thanks,
welcome.
Jeff.
Thank you, Kevin.
Bye-bye.
We transition, as I warned you in the show announcement that I sent out to 100-something different places, that we were going to have a bit of a two-part program. So we talked to Kevin for the first 2 hours about the religious, moral, spiritual aspects and the hypocrisy of it, for that matter, just to be blunt, about the decisions that were inflicted upon this country this week. Second half of our program is a bit more, I don't want to say more practical. I just played that in my head and it didn't sound right. A little more into the legal aspects and into the personal, if we will. Kevin gave us the religious, the weaponization of religious, the spiritual. Now let's get to the legal and the personal. Jill Beck is returning to, well, we have two returning champions to the program this week. Jill Beck, who is really probably should be on the Supreme Court. Certainly wouldn't have had the week we had if there was a Jill Beck on the court, I can tell you that. And quite probably could run for just about anything and be a smashing, wonderful success and blessing to this country if she did so. And Dea Pope is here, who is a loud, proud voice for trans folks in our, not just in the Commonwealth, but throughout the country. Because remember, from a very scientific, a cold and scientific point of view, there's only one race. Humans are one race. Some of us have a hell of a lot of white hair, and we are pale as a ghost. Others of us are female. Others of us are trans. Others of us are people of color. But there is one human race. One. There are many species of canines, and cats, and insects, and fish. But there's one human race. It is a scientific fact. We might look a little different. We might act a little different. We're short, we're tall, we're fat, we're female, we're trans, we're male, we're black, we're brown, but there's one human race. And it seems to be a very simple fact that has been lost in all of this. As parties, a party, as billionaires, as people in power try to slice, dice, and divide us, we have to remember that we are one race. There's only one human race. So we proceed forward from there. Welcome back to the two of you. Thank you so much for coming back in this very, very important week. Thank you for being here.
Great to be here, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Yes, wish it was under different circumstances, but I'm glad that we can talk about it.
And you're on camera this time.
I know, last time I was on a bus and just calling in chaotically, so.
That's true. Well, Jill, let me start with you. I know that you said you're going to be doing some reading this week in preparation for this. I hope it wasn't too terrible. And while we focus on the overturn of Roe, there were really 4 big decisions that came this week. Let me just give you the floor to say, what did you take from these decisions? What do you see in these decisions? Are we the same country that we were on Monday?
We are the same country with the same conservative court, and it has really shown a lot of its true colors this week.
shown what it was put there for.
Yeah, you know, and look, I did a Facebook post to this effect, but this is clear and present evidence that elections have consequences. You know, obviously the United States Supreme Court, the justices are put there, not elected, but they are put there by our electeds. And look, there are many people across this country, approximately 50%, maybe even more, who are overjoyed by some of the decisions that came down this week. There are just about as many people who are overwhelmed with sadness. But regardless of your bent, regardless of your takeaway, it matters who we elect to these positions. In Pennsylvania, we elect judges. That really matters. You wouldn't know it from the polls, you wouldn't know it from the numbers, but it matters so much because we have three branches of government: an executive, a legislative, and a judicial branch. And
With the judicial being the third.
That would be the third, correct? Yeah.
And very intentionally by the framers, the third among equals.
It
Congress
is.
Congress being the first, and specifically the House of Representatives listed even before the Senate.
Correct.
The executive second, and the third being the judicial. And I'm going to ask you later about Article 3, Section 2. Congress shall regulate the courts.
In that, yes, in the United States Constitution, that is true. But you know what we're seeing here is the consequences of our consequences, right? We've elected certain people to our Senate. We've elected certain people to our highest branches of government, and we are now seeing the decisions that come from those choices. You know, and it's just a little plug to say, research your candidates, find what issues matter to you, find out their stances on those issues. If the research is not something that you are willing or able to do, that's okay. Talk to someone who you know who will give you good objective information. Again, this week may have been the biggest celebration for you. This week may have been the worst week of your life. Either way, though, you know, there's no question that these elections matter. But looking at the decisions, you know, there were many consequential decisions that have come out this term. There's still a couple more to come. The biggies, Jeff, that you and I spoke about had to do with
the four big ones this week. Yeah, there's probably more, but I
these
thought all four of them were big.
Yeah, they were. And, you know, certainly the decision overturning Roe v. Wade concerning abortion, a decision concerning a New York law that was regulating the public possession of firearms in New York, a decision out of Maine about public funding for religious schools, and a decision that really took the teeth out of a prior Supreme Court decision, Miranda versus Arizona, which is the it's what implements the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. This is what everybody knows. I think every person could probably recite it from all the shows. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. It advises you of your right to an attorney, your right to a public defender if you can't afford one. You know, things that you know but you don't know, especially in the moment as you're being questioned by police.
I see that one actually as a tacit, as a very subtle and tacit backdoor, where you don't even need to do them anymore. Can't be sued if you forget them. So if you should happen to forget them, there's no repercussions.
So that is, and that is critical, right? As I said, took the teeth right out of Miranda, took the teeth right out of really the Fifth Amendment, because, right, if a police officer or a law enforcement officer of any kind fails to give them Miranda warnings, questions the suspect either coercively or not while the individual's in custody, sure, it's possible that their statement that they made in violation of their Fifth Amendment rights could be excluded from trial. What I saw in the time that I worked on the Pennsylvania courts, that wasn't always the case. The statement comes in, the person is convicted, and then it's left to the courts to decide, was it error? And if it was error, was the error harmful as opposed to harmless? And a lot of times, and I'm not saying this is true across the board, there is not even a repercussion to the Commonwealth or to the government for that ill-begotten confession, because it's harmless error, or it was let in, there was all this other evidence, or okay, fine, let's retry him or her without the statement. The only other avenue for relief, of course, was to sue the officer who took your statement in violation of your rights, of your civil rights, to bring a 1983 action, which is a claiming the violation of your civil rights. But the United States Supreme Court this week said that is not so. And Jeff, I do want to just point out one thing. There was a footnote in this decision that courts, in my experience, often use footnotes to signal future interest in cases, future issues that they would like to decide, maybe even ways that they wish they could decide this case, but the question isn't before them. And you really hit the nail on the head when you said there's a question as to whether they even need to give the rights, read their rights anymore, because there is a footnote saying, hey, this isn't before us right now. We're not saying that Miranda is no longer good law. That's a question we leave for another day.
That's how I say it. Mm-hmm. So not to be punny, but the enforcement mechanism is now removed. So it seems to me that any officer, that enforcement is now policy within all the different departments across the country, and that if a certain officer just decides he doesn't feel like reading the rights to, a young 17-year-old black kid who has the size of a leaf of parsley of marijuana in his pocket, and he just wants to scare the crap out of the kid, and oh geez, sorry, I forgot the Miranda. There's nothing to stop that now, in my humble opinion. I didn't read all of the opinion that gets legally, and it turns into Shakespeare for me, and I can't always get everything out of it, but that's kind of what it feels like to me, and that's a big damn decision. I know everybody's focused on the abortion decision, and you should be. It's damn important. But these other 3 decisions that came out this week are awfully damn important as well. They are vitally important. They go to the establishment of religion in this country. That the decision about public money to pay for religious schools, I find it absolutely the irony of the highest court in the land, who assumed upon itself the right of judicial review, the right to, because that's not in the Constitution, to tell us what is and is not constitutional, to then make a decision that is blatantly unconstitutional because it violates the Establishment Clause. This is how far we're willing to go now. These are big decisions. These are damn big decisions. I know everyone's focused on the abortion decision. You should. Dear God, it's the first time in the history of the Supreme Court that they have literally removed rights from individuals in this country. There are Supreme Court decisions that go back to prior to the Civil War where they upheld the quote-unquote fact that people of color were not the same as the rest of us. They did not strip people of color of rights because they never had them in the first place. This is the first time that they have literally taken rights back from people. They have removed the ideal, the principle, the constitutional principle of individual liberty and personal privacy. I'm wondering how someone in confluence with the other decision about concealed carry, how does one shoot someone to defend themselves when there is no right to personal privacy? None of these decisions make sense, except that they're good for the gun industry, they're good for the right-wing weaponization of religion, because now you can suck out more public funds. It's good for the destruction of public schools. None of these decisions make sense. None, none, none. It's really good for the private prison industry, because I don't have to read you your Fifth Amendment rights anymore. Some scared kid can go into a questioning room and just be scared to death that something even worse is going to happen to him if he doesn't admit that he did X, Y, or Z. Good, go to jail for 20 years, you become profitable to the industry. We have fundamentally changed the country this week. These are not even small decisions of law. We have fundamentally changed the society of this country this week. We are a declining democracy in the eyes of the EU and the United Nations. We are a declining democracy. We are a democracy in peril. We are slipping backwards. And these decisions this week did that. And I'm being rude to my other guests. Sorry, John. Dea, where were you when the decision came out? Where were you? What did you think? What did you read? What did you do? How did you feel? Because I think I'm not putting words in your mouth. I've heard you say this before. They're coming for you next.
Yeah, I think we're a declining democracy, not just to the UN and the EU, but to millions of women and trans people in this country who felt in our guts this decision. There's been this wave of attacks on our rights to our own bodies, and they're connected. Attacks on women's rights to abortion, trans men and non-binary folks' rights to abortion. There's been attacks on trans youth's ability to transition, to get the healthcare that they need, attacks on adults who are wanting to transition, getting the healthcare that we need. And all of this goes back to this fundamental question of, is my body my own? Is your body your own? Which is usually something that we're talking about in terms of authoritarianism or, trigger warning sexual assault. And now the court, of which several have been appointed by a man, let's not forget, who's been credibly accused by over 15 women of sexual assault, has actually said you don't have a right to your own body if you have a uterus in this country. And that is so chilling. And I literally felt sick. I was traveling and, a friend of mine, and then suddenly my phone was blowing up with so many other friends messaged me actually saying the decision came down. And I had gone to a protest when the draft decision had leaked, over a month ago. And even though we kind of knew this was coming, it still felt so chilling for it to actually happen and for them to go through with it. I know that in many states there are trigger laws, which means that immediately abortion is no longer legal.
Already in 9 states.
Yes, in many of those states, they had already put so many loophole restrictions on abortion that you would have to drive 3 hours to get one, and a lot of people couldn't access that. So they were already chipping away at this right. And now
laws that criminalize traveling to go get one.
Yes, and they're actually using.
But somehow that's still constitutional to restrict your freedom of movement.
And they're using similar language that they used in the fugitive slave law. They are using similar language to try to keep trans people from getting healthcare over state lines. So they're really telling on themselves about what they see. They know that these things are connected, and we need to see them as connected attacks on our rights to our own bodies. It's so dangerous just overnight in these places where people cannot get abortions. If folks have ectopic pregnancies, which are when, a fertilized egg gets embedded or stuck in a certain part of the uterus where it's no longer viable and it can kill the parent, it's the only way that you can save that life of the mother or of the parent is to get an abortion. Suddenly those will be criminalized. I know several of my friends who have had miscarriages and they wanted to, give birth and to have their child. But in some of these states, there have been women who actually have had miscarriages, who've been accused of aborting their child. So anytime people, women, trans men, non-binary folks are getting pregnant now, there's all of these, complications that can happen. And everyone should be able to control our own bodies, hands down, no matter what. But there are all these situations in which, people who are just pregnant and it's not their fault. They have an ectopic pregnancy, they have, a miscarriage, they could be criminalized, they could be thrown in jail. And you also have people who, in some of these states, they have no exceptions at all to the restrictions on abortion. So a child could be sexually assaulted, and a lot more young girls are having precocious puberty these days, etc. Sometimes some of these laws would force literal children, 11 years old, 12 years old, to carry a pregnancy to term, forced birth for the product of incest or sexual assault. It's a horrifying situation that we're in overnight in those states that have trigger laws. Many other states are poised to pass restrictions now. It's a battle. Abortion is still legal in Pennsylvania and many other states, but now we're going to have to figure out almost like an Underground Railroad style way for certain folks to come to states where they can get abortions, and the states where they're from are trying to criminalize that travel. People are worried about the apps on their phones, period tracking apps and other things, having that data subpoenaed to actually enforce, using tech to surveil who is getting pregnant. It feels like we're just in a dystopian novel. It feels like we're deep in an authoritarian state. Protests have fired up around the country, and sorry if it sounds like I'm ranting, but it's so horrifying to me, to so many people that I know. Women, trans men, non-binary folks are going to die because of this, are going to be thrown in jail just for trying to control their own bodies. And I want to say one last thing before, we move on. This is, like trans people, contraception and abortion are sometimes framed by extremists as these new abominations that came along with technology. And that's simply not true. Indigenous peoples, Native peoples around the world, going back thousands of years, have had genders beyond the two genders in their cultures. People, Indigenous folks, Native folks around the world, thousands of years ago up till today, have had herbal knowledge and earth-based therapies to terminate a pregnancy. These are things that are just a part of human nature, a part of human history. They're not, we found, newer technologies that we've used for them, but these are just a part of the human condition, and they're being made into crimes, and people are going to die, and people are going to be thrown in jail.
Just this week, folks, 2 women in Poland. Poland has completely outlawed abortion, 100%, no exceptions, and doctors, should they be caught performing them, can be jailed. 2 women in Poland died because the fetuses inside their bodies died, and no doctor in the entire country would remove the dead tissue. So their bodies began to attack it. They became septic and died. We're getting there. We're getting there. I also need to welcome I was going to say an old friend of the show, but he's a young man and a frequent contributor to the program, and my compatriot and colleague with Our Revolution Pennsylvania, and that is Professor Chuck Panaccio. Chuck, welcome back to the show. And I just want to say, I just want to open the floor a little bit and be a little general here at the beginning before we get into more specifics as we head toward the end of the program at 9. From a historical standpoint, Chuck, I asked Kevin, I asked Jill, Is this the same United States on Friday as it was on Monday?
The short answer is yes. And that is because this has been coming at us for quite some time. You were making the comment earlier that this is the first abrupt rollback of rights, and I would beg to differ. We've been seeing the rollback of voting rights very systematically over these last several years. The Citizens United decision that extends disproportionate political power to corporations is a net loss for the voice, for free speech on the part of regular citizens. We're all now second-class citizens. We live in the Patriot Act of 2001, which has been expanded every 5 years, 2006, 11, 16, 21, has seen a rollback of privacy rights, the expansion of the surveillance state. This Miranda decision is really just another nail in the coffin of Fourth Amendment rights that are being undermined and stripped. This has been coming at us for quite some time, and I would just, and first off, I'd like to thank Jill and is it Day? You go by Day? Do I have that right? Yes?
Day.
Day. Okay. Real pleasure to meet you virtually. Yeah, thanks so much. This is a painful week. I don't mean to diminish it. I really don't. I do want to look at this from the arc of history a little bit. And I go back to 1968 when we saw two critical assassinations on top of two previous ones in the 60s. And the question I've always asked, I pondered myself, I was 8 years old in 1968, turning 9. And I've seen the promise, the progress of civil rights, women's rights eroded, certainly since the 1970s, it seems. We didn't get to the ERA. I know that there's a reboot, an effort to get to the ERA. I was with two ERA activists over the weekend in Virginia. So, I mean, the struggle for liberty can never stop, right? I mean, Jefferson said every generation needs to re-engage. We need to have a revolution every generation. I think we've been asleep at the switch. The Democratic Party specifically is not taking court appointments seriously. This project that's outlined in Democracy in Chains by James Buchanan, an economist at a Virginia university, he finally got the funding for it from the Koch brothers. And we've seen this program, this project continue to grow and morph in the form of think tanks, appointments, and stolen elections. I mean, let's keep it real here. I mean, Greg Palast has presidential elections we're talking about now. The stolen election.
There hasn't been a legally elected Republican president since Eisenhower.
Is that right? Since Eisenhower, Nixon in '72.
Nixon had a backdoor deal with the North Vietnamese not to sue for peace with Johnson.
Well,
Ford
so
was a byproduct.
I'm sorry,
Ford was a byproduct
68.
of the Nixon administration.
But that would
Reagan had the backdoor agreement with the Iranians to hold the hostages. Bush was a byproduct of Reagan. George W. Bush lost the election.
Okay.
Donald Trump lost the election.
Right. I'm trying to be, even-handed here. I'm thinking 1972 was not Johnson, right? That was Nixon's reelection.
Nixon's reelection.
Right. And then 1984 Reagan's. I mean, I want to stay on. I mean, just the point here is that our democracy has been slipping away from us now for decades. That's the larger point. And our education system has been suffering. We teach civics in 9 states now. It used to be required, I believe, in all states when I was going to school.
Yep.
I was fired for union organizing at my university last year. Labor organizing rights are certainly not ironclad, not by a long shot. The NLRB shot down my appeal just like that. So I don't mean to be a downer here, but I think it's important.
It's easy to be a downer this week.
Yeah,
it was a pretty down week.
Yeah. So the other thing, and I think both Jill and Day did reference this. I think we need to talk about how we fight back and how we build winning coalitions and how we recoup what we've lost and how we build and actually establish for the first time a full-fledged democracy in this country. But going back to the Griswold decision of '65, I mean, I've long said about the about the pro-choice movement. I've long said, and I count myself as part of that. I think of myself as a feminist, absolutely, but that to expand the discussion to say that this is a fundamental attack on everybody's privacy rights suddenly brings a huge audience, a coalition of folks who are not thinking about the effects of this on themselves, particularly white men, but men also in general, who, if they can be convinced to understand that this is an assault on privacy rights, fundamental, just right down to the very core. And also, obviously, the comments of Clarence Thomas and, who's next? Who's he going after next? I think we need to build out coalitions with everybody possible. And then just to finish by saying that, I'm in a circle of people who have been striving to create a universal transformative justice movement that encompasses all justice movements, and we need to see ourselves as co-equals. We need to say that nobody's got priority here, but everybody has got to be seen equally working together, because we're too small fighting these individual justice battles. But if we pull together, we win on all fronts. So that's my organizer's mind, as well as the historian's mind at work here. And I'm really, really grateful again for the opportunity here, Jeff and Jill and Day, just to have that conversation about what do we do now? What's next? Oh, and also, if you haven't flagged it, the 2014 Princeton study, which declared clearly that the US is an oligarchy and not a democracy, if you have lost track of that, the 2014 Princeton study. And the work of Barbara F. Walter in How Civil Wars Start clearly says that we're in a very, very, very precarious place right now. The United States is poised to go into a fascistic, truly fascistic state of affairs, with civil wars in the streets targeting BIPOC communities, immigrant communities, queer communities. And we as white allies, I'll speak for myself, a white male ally, need to think about our role and responsibility. What do we do to defend, push back, and then help to regain the rights that are being lost as we speak? Thank you.
Jill, is that the next Supreme Court justice hanging out there behind you?
Yeah, more commonly known as my blonde karma.
Ashley Shea asks a question for Jill in the chat. I was going to come back to you anyway, so I might as well ask the question straight away. Does the Interstate Commerce Clause prevent states from allowing people to leave a state to seek women's reproductive health care services? It would be a denial of service, would it not?
I mean, that's a really interesting question. Yeah, I mean, so for those who don't know this, the Interstate Commerce Clause is a preemption law that it requires only the federal government is able to govern issues that relate to interstate commerce. However, I don't know, this could be viewed as something different. I mean, this is something that we are going to now we're going to have to start unraveling and untangling these questions. Employer provided benefits. Are they allowed to provide benefits that allows a person to travel to other states? I know that there's several employers who have already come forward saying we will cover any cost needed to help you get the health care that you need. We're going to be untangling insurance questions state by state and what's going to be covered. And look, the majority's protestations notwithstanding, there are real issues now concerning rights to accessing contraception. These are all this decision has an enormous snowballing effect. I can't even begin to predict how this is going to go down. I mean, certainly if we are to believe Justice Thomas, all of these decisions are going away because there is no such thing as substantive due process. That's an interesting take that he would, interesting position that he would take. I think that there are so many substantive due process related cases that simply give teeth and give life to basic human rights and particularly privacy interests. And just to be clear, those are the rights that relate to your, your liberty and your privacy and so and your freedom. So all this being said, I don't have a real satisfying answer for you, but I mean certainly, I think this could be something that's challenged down the road. And I should clarify, the Interstate Commerce Clause allows the federal government to pass and sustain laws relating to this. I don't know that this is going to necessarily stop states, though, from trying to effectuate their own laws.
Jill, were these decisions that were based in law, or were these solutions looking for a problem?
If you look at each of them in isolation, certainly there's precedent that they cite to, and they debunk the arguments made by the respondents in every case. I think the problem is when you look at them together, that the logic starts to sort of fall apart a little. And just looking in particular at the gun case, as I will call it, and the abortion case, as I will call it, just for ease of listening. The gun case involved, like I said, it was a New York law dating back to the early 1900s that prohibited somebody from carrying a firearm in New York outside of their home, other than for hunting, target shooting, and sporting. If you wanted to be able to carry it for any other purpose, you had to get what's called an unrestricted license. And those unrestricted licenses were only granted to people who could show a special purpose, a special reason that they would need it. And general just wanting to defend yourself, wanting to carry a gun for self-defense was typically, and in particular in this case, viewed as an insufficient basis to get an unrestricted license. In that case, the majority of the justices of the United States Supreme Court said that this is unconstitutional, violates the Second Amendment. I will try not to get too technical. This is one I really got into because I will tell you, I'm not anti-gun. I think guns have a sure purpose in the world. But I found it really fascinating the way the court attacked this particular provision. This was New York, a high populous state, in particular Manhattan, I think the most populous city per capita, per square mile.
Largest city in the country.
Right, trying to protect its people, right? Trying to keep as much as possible guns off of their streets. And the court really attacked it as if it was prohibiting people from gun ownership or gun possession generally. And one of the ways they really attacked the respondents, which would be, the state of New York, was to say, yeah, we need to look at the history of the law. We need to go back to the date of the Second Amendment and the founders and what the framers of the Constitution and what they intended when they were writing the Second Amendment. And did they intend for people to be able to walk around in the public streets with guns? The respondents had done that in their brief, but the majority said, well, not all history is created equally. And I believe that's close to a direct quote, and really blasted them for going back to like the 13th century and to, way before the Second Amendment was ever passed. And yet, when overturning Roe versus Wade and finding no personal privacy interest exists that allows for abortion, the majority looked at the history and went back to, you guessed it, the 13th century, and was, tracking the history through there to show all of the reasons and all the ways that was not a constitutionally protected right, but gun possession in public in New York was. There's a lot of I think in the law, there's a lot of gray area, everything's subject to interpretation. If you want to find something that supports what you're saying, odds are you'll be able to find it. If you want to, be able to differentiate something that goes against your position, smart people can do that. It's just
that's what all four, again, not being able to make as much sense out of it as a layperson as most people can. I find when I try to read legislation and court cases, like I said, it gets very Shakespeare-y to me, like very Shakespearean. I get lost in it, but all four of these decisions to me feel like solutions looking for a problem. Feel like if we can just dig enough deep into, this and that and find justification, and that the decision was made before the case was heard, and now we need to write a decision to fit it.
And that is the way, unfortunately, some jurists do approach cases. They work backwards from the answer, which is certainly a dangerous proposition in the law, especially when, you've, I'm sure, heard this phrase, stare decisis, bantered about a lot. And although it is not dogmatic, that you always have to stare decisis, of course, means that you follow precedent. You follow the cases that come before you, unless there is some serious change in circumstances, change in the law. And, that is the way that jurists are to approach every case. What is the law now? What's the difference here? How do the facts differentiate it from what has come before? And you get to the solution linearly, organically that way. But you may be right, Jeff. You might be onto something. Certainly, I'm not in those chambers to say how this happened, but it is very possible to be solution-based decisions.
Certainly where the money was, wasn't it?
My fear, truly, and I don't want to overstay my welcome on this topic, but my real fear here is there's a lot of loose language used in some of these decisions. And just going back to the Dobbs decision, the abortion decision, one of the early statements made by the majority is abortion appears nowhere in the Constitution. Well, guess what? Neither does, the right to parent your children. Neither does your right to make healthcare decisions. There are so many fundamental rights, or I should say rights that we have been told are fundamental and belong to us as individuals, that appear nowhere in the Constitution, but are derived logically from the constitutional provisions that have been interpreted. I really do wait with some trepidation as to what comes next.
Day, you said your phone was blowing up on Thursday. I think everybody's where I think we all rushed to TVs and whatnot. But without you trying to get this all wrong, without trying to have you divulge anything that you should not divulge or don't want to divulge or whatever, what was coming into you? Was it anger? Was it fear? Both? Was it, holy crap, we got to get the hell out of this country? Or was it, now I never went and protested with you before, but I'll be standing right next to you next time? What kind of, feelings and emotions were coming into you? Because you are so prolific in your public life, and you do have a public life, I would imagine when you say your phone was blowing up, I don't doubt it. I absolutely am sure of it. Probably knackered the battery, but what were some of the things that were coming into you? What were the general senses? What were people saying?
It was really hard. I mean, I think a lot of people just felt, and I felt this way myself, sort of like the pit dropping out of your stomach. I had actually some new moms who I'm friends with talk to me about how going through just the hard, long process of pregnancy and giving birth made them even more committed that everyone should have the right to our own bodies, to abortion. And they were kind of extra horrified because they were like, I have a newborn. I just went through this. I know, and I wanted this infant. And this was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life. I can't believe they're going to force women to do this. And what if I'm ready to call it quits and I don't want more with my partner? There were a lot of queer and trans folks who see the writing on the wall for marriage equality, for Lawrence v. Texas, the right for two consenting adults to, be in love or have sex. And just how this does open the door, like Jill and Chuck, I think both referenced, to so many other rights being eroded and taken away. It was similar, honestly, to the moment when Trump got elected, and so many of the people that I know were just like, had such foreboding, were crying, just knew what that meant for the next few years of our lives. And I think this is again, that sense of just ominous foreboding. It immediately already hurts people, but it's just this sense of like, this court is going too far, is bold. They feel like they can do this. They can do something that was unthinkable for half a century. And that, for people who are paying any attention to the way that fascism is creeping into our public life, for people who are paying any attention to the fact that 38 states have introduced bills attacking trans people, that people of color and voting rights are on the chopping block, that Republicans have been trying to pass bills to make it easier for folks to run over protesters. Actually, a car in Iowa, my home state, in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, a car intentionally ran into two women who were protesting the abortion decision just a couple of days ago. And thankfully, everyone's okay. Someone had their foot run over and she's doing all right now. But, this is the situation we're in. And it feels like this is just one more, domino to fall. And it's a big one. And I got that sense from, even people that I don't consider necessarily advocates or people who are progressive, quote unquote, were messaging me, we're posting on there, we're talking to each other. And it was just this sense of like, where are we going from here? Because this can't be a direction that will turn out well for any of us.
I asked Kevin before you were kind enough to join us on the program this evening. And it's a very, very poor analogy. I hope you'll forgive me. It's a bad analogy, but I don't have a better one. When you kind of get to Christmas week, like when it becomes like around December 20th, and even if you're working, there's just kind of a different feel in the air. Like, oh, Christmas is coming. You just have that, or like the Friday before you're going to be on vacation the following week. You're just a little more lighthearted. You have a little more bounce in your step. There's just a different feel in the air. I think there's a very different feeling in the air since Thursday. Do you feel it? And I suspect, if you'll forgive me, being who you are and what you do, I would think you would. Isn't there just a different heaviness in the air, a different sense that the country's different?
Yeah, I mean, I had a conversation with my mom, and she was coming of age in the 70s and the 80s, and she was saying, my whole life we've had this right, and I'm so sorry that this is the world that you're growing up in, that you're living in. And it just struck me because, of course, I'm 30. And so for me, this is sort of like unthinkable but it struck me even more because I have, my mother saying, going back an entire generation, this has just always been a right that she could count on, that other women could count on. And so it really does feel like rights have gone back 2 generations, like gone back to my grandmother's day. And it feels like the refutation of the promise of feminism. It feels like how can any young people feel hopeful about building a life in this country when this is the direction we're going? And I also think that some of these things are so fundamental. I really believe that if you don't have a right to your own body, you can't be said to have any rights, because that is the foundation of any other right that you have. If the government can literally force you to give birth or force you to not take hormones as a trans person or whatever the case may be, then can you really be said to have any other rights? You can't even control what happens to your own body. And I think people are feeling that. And there's also been an interesting, and I just want to lift this up. There's anguish, there's utter anguish from survivors of sexual assault communities, not only because, being able to use contraception has already been taken from many of these people by force. And so now abortion, and Plan B, all those things might be their only recourse to taking control of their own reproductive future after something as violent and traumatizing as sexual assault. But now you actually have something that is kind of philosophically, I think, a sexual assault, for the government to force someone to use their body in a way that isn't right for them, that they don't want, is a horrifying experience. So there is a feeling in the air that's just different. There's an ominousness. It's a beautiful early summer day, and we should be able to just focus on barbecues and getting ice cream, but there's this sense of dread that I think so many of us have, that we can't just like experience what is usually a kind of joyful time of year for many of us.
I'm going to let Kristen take over the questioning after I ask Chuck the same question that I asked Jill. Does it seem to you, from a historical perspective, or even just your own personal point of view, that the 4 decisions that came down this week, and I think they're actually due for more, I think there's more decisions to come, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they're done yet. I think there's more coming. Jill's shaking her head, so thank goodness I actually got something right. First time tonight, probably. But Chuck, does it seem to you that the 4 decisions that came down this week were solutions in search of problems? Like Jill had described, that we already know what our decision is. We were just waiting for somebody to bankroll the lawyers and bring the case to us because we already knew what we wanted to say. Now we have to sift through case law, even if we have to go back before the Magna Carta to find it and justify what we wanted to do anyway. You're still muted, Chuck.
Yeah,
There we go.
my internet was a little bit wobbly, and I need to just jump out here and say that, look, I own my white male privilege, and I know that I'm not as adversely affected by some of these things directly. That's for sure. I'll also say that the medical industrial complex has made me blind in my left eye, that the cost of higher education still has me in deep debt, as a 62, almost 63-year-old. I have no insurance. So we all have our own issues. I'm not looking for any sympathy here whatsoever. But here the point is that all of our lives are wrapped with complexity. And, I have certain advantages that other people don't. And I look at the world differently because I've spent a lot of time as an organizer since I was a kid, and then studying and getting my degree and teaching students, both in a conservative school environment, Delaware Valley College, University. I taught at Texas A&M, and more recently, University of the Arts in Philadelphia, which is a very, very progressive environment, right? Dancers and graphic designers and singers and actors and so forth. In each of those classes, we would talk about the Roe decision, and uniformly, the conversation would come around. I said, this is something that we should not at all take for granted. This is something that we have to be vigilant in defending these rights because of what's been coming at us for a very long time. And I saw and observed the growth of this right-wing movement, and it's been accompanied by or enabled by, frankly, a Democratic Party that in many ways sort of co-opted its agenda. That's what Clinton did. He co-opted their agenda. That's why the Republicans were pissed off at Bill Clinton. That's why they wanted him impeached, because he took their corporate Wall Street agenda. And so nobody's hands are clean here. But as far as these 4 decisions are concerned, they're consistent with what lies at the root of all this, right? And that is the expansion of corporate power, the creation of an oligarchy, the creation of a fascist economic, social, and political order. That's where we're headed. We're channeling 19th century John Calhoun here. This is the oligarchy. This is the slave state by another name that we're in the process of living through. And I've been watching it like with horror. So my story is that as a 5-year-old, I had a nightmare that recurred for many, many years where honest to God, my mother, I was sick one day. She put me in front of the television and I saw, one of those Japanese sci-fi movies, Godzilla. And for the life of me, I kept reliving that in my mind again and again and again, where I saw Godzilla in my dream coming down the street. I ran back to my house, yelled to my family, and nothing came out of my mouth. I felt powerless. And then I lived through the trauma of 1968 when I was 8, turning 9 years of age. And I knew that I had something I needed to do. And my maternal grandmother gave me that center. She gave me that belief that you've got to fight for justice here. And I've always had that feeling. So when all this stuff has been coming at us, it's not been a surprise. I hate to say it that way, but it just hasn't caught me by surprise. It's tragic where we are right now, but my thought process is, how do we change it? How do we build the movement both on the inside and the outside to recapture what has now been lost? So many tenets of our democracy have been lost. And I think that we've been living with the illusion that what we're trying to do is save our democracy. No, we need to actually reestablish our democracy. We actually need to get back to basics, and we need to reconnect, and it all starts with relationship building. So these decisions are to me, it's just part of the agenda that's been coming at us for a very long time. I did ask in the chat, mostly directed to Jill, I don't know if you'll sell that, but I was asking, and how closer to this week's decisions hew to Antonin Scalia's originalism doctrine? And second question is, does the pro-civil liberties community need to start a counterpunch, Federalist Society-like organization, or is it really too late for that? I'd be curious to know what Jill and Day might have to say about that. Because for so long, of course, Scalia was the leading voice of the far right. How close does this fit his agenda as far as what you're familiar? And then what can we do to actually counterpunch especially in terms of the legal training and of folks to get back to the roots of what civil liberties really are? Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm happy to answer that, Jeff, if that's okay.
Go for it.
And it's a great question. Absolutely, this really does track a lot of Scalia's originalism. These decisions, especially again going back to the New York gun law, talking about what the language of the Second Amendment said and meant at the time of the drafting. And I think it's interesting because there's a lot of decisions, and there's myriad case law out there talking about the Fourth Amendment, which is the right to be free of illegal search and seizure, the Eighth Amendment, the prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment, and how those have to be viewed with a modern bent, that they have to be viewed. The phrase they use is evolving standards of decency, evolving standards of morality. So it presupposes that you have to look at it from a today's lens. And as far as the Second Amendment case went, as far as today, the only today aspect of it was to say handguns are today a common self-defense tool. Obviously people are not walking around bayonets anymore, but they were not, they did not look at it from the standpoint of modern times, of what's happening culturally, what's, the differences between what was happening at the time of the framing of the Constitution versus what's happening now, and how state legislatures are trying to respond to those differences. But yes, to answer your question, I think this was very much in line with an originalism point of view. And your second question, I apologize. I am really, even after all of this time, and Jeff will tell you, I am a Zoom regular. I am just terrible with the chat. So I apologize for missing your questions. Does the pro-civil liberties community need to start a counterpunch? I mean, I think that it's been happening. I think that there are groups out there, and as far as I understand, at least, with respect to the Dobbs case, I think there were somewhere in the area of 130 amici, and those are friends of the court, people who are advocating for one side or the other, or neither, just trying to give the court information. And so a lot of these societies, groups, foundations, they're in this, they're advocating for it. Unfortunately, it depends on who will listen. And, at this point, especially in Pennsylvania, we need to look inward. We need to look at home, right? We need to look at who we're electing. We need to look at our courts. We need to look at state issues. We need to look at our state constitution, because, gosh darn it, we have a really robust charter, and it's older than the United States Constitution, as everyone will tell you. And our court is older than the United States Supreme Court. And so, we have a huge, basis for groups and individuals to bring actions and to try to seek justice locally. And, certainly, of course, the United States Supreme Court is the final word on all things related to the United States Constitution. Well, so too is your state court as it relates to your state constitution. And, ideally, I guess I speak from a place of privilege. I know that we have a really, really strong state court system here in Pennsylvania. Hopefully all the listeners from around the United States can say the same thing.
8:06 Eastern Time. I need to do a quick reset of the program here. 8:06 Eastern Time. Wherever you might be watching on Facebook, stay there, enjoy. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page, hot101.net website. That's our name too, hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn Radio app. And you can also tell Alexa to play hot101.net and TCP. I think you might be seeing this face on TCP Wednesday morning for the morning show. If I can drive myself that early in the morning to Lancaster, I will be on the morning show. So far, that's a tentative plan on Wednesday morning. We will open up the phone line probably at the bottom of the hour, but we will continue the discussion with my better half. I know you have questions. You said, gotta air out some laundry here, Jill. As soon as I put this part of the program together, Kristen said, "Oh, I gotta sit in for that. I'm gonna geek out and talk law." So let's turn it over. Kristen can say hi to everybody and talk to all of you. Absolutely. So go for it.
Yeah. It's first of all, hi everybody. It's so good to see everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. I was at Pride Fest in Wilkes-Barre, which was phenomenal. So if anybody was out today, it was a wonderful event, and given everything that happened this week, that was just absolutely terrible. It was great to actually,
just
be
what was
out
needed.
and to feel a real sense of unity, community, and support, and people feeling validated and seen, and so it was a really great day. But the question have been kind of dying to ask you, Jill, is particularly like with the case on abortion and the case that has allowed for public money to go to religious schools. I haven't read all of these decisions, I've just kind of skimmed, but they're so breathtaking that the court always seems to issue these breathtaking decisions and then say, well, it's really a constrained decision. We're not going to go that far. But then when you read it, you realize, well, they can't actually guarantee that in the way in which it's written. And there was a really great article that I saw this morning. It was on the HuffPost in the wellness section. It was talking about the fact that even before the decision came down, there were women and birthing people who were being arrested and charged for essentially being pregnant. Women who miscarried, and were also, happened to test positive or admit to using illicit drugs. Even some really sad cases, like a woman in Tennessee who was charged with endangering her child because she was pulled over and the police officer saw that she was wearing a seatbelt. Or a woman in Alabama in 2019 who was charged with manslaughter because she miscarried after her partner shot her 5 times in the abdomen. The grand jury declined to indict her shooter based on the state's stand your ground law, but the same panel concluded that the expectant mother had, quote, intentionally caused the death of her unborn child by initiating a fight, knowing she was 5 months pregnant. So my question is, what can we do legislatively at the federal level or the state level to prevent this increasing criminalization of behavior while being pregnant, basically walking around while being pregnant?
That's a great question, Kristen.
That's why she's asking the questions, and I just sit here.
That's right. As I should say, finally. Thank you.
Finally, a worthy question for the program. Exactly.
I kid, of course. No, it's a great question. And look, you make an excellent point just at the outset. It's the legislature. It is the lawmakers that get to have this very important power, which is to set the laws, to decide what is criminal and what is not. We know with the abortion decision, there were already these trigger laws in place that would, outlaw, nearly outlaw, or even criminalize abortion. So it is our legislature that has that absolute first line of decision making, because if it's not a law and it's not a crime, it never comes to the courts, right? The courts never get to make a decision as to whether that is or is not constitutional, that whether that is or is not punishable. That said, of course, you can always talk to your legislator, the people, and say, hey, I know this is happening. This is wrong. You need to do something to correct this, especially in an election year. Your legislator is going to be happy to hear from you and to speak to the constituents about these things. Short of the legislature either not criminalizing or not passing laws to make healthcare decisions difficult or impossible for women. Really, of course, then there's also the governor in Pennsylvania, which has veto power. That is something that he or she can do in many states. And that is also an avenue that you can pursue, reaching out to your governor, speaking to your governor. Do not allow this to go forward, because these are the parade of horribles that will happen or could happen should that be the case. And Jeff said early in the show, with the judiciary being the third co-equal branch of government, well, it's true, because it is intentionally, but it's actually in some ways apt, because the judiciary is the last stop. It's sort of that end point for a lot of these things. And what has to happen is, for the woman who is convicted of murdering or involuntary manslaughter or whatever it might have been of her unborn baby, based on getting in a fight with someone who then intentionally shot her in the abdomen. Unfortunately, it is left to the courts, and the courts are at the mercy of the advocacy that comes before it. It's the attorneys, the lawyers. They have to bring the argument. Courts will not just decide cases unto themselves. They have to have the advocacy. They have to have the arguments. They have to have the cases brought before them. And, that takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, in some cases, a lot of money. And there's no equitable way to say this. Certainly, of course, in criminal cases, people get public defenders, the public defenders' offices, which are overrun and underfunded, and all these things that do the absolute best job they possibly can with the cards they're dealt. Judiciary, court systems, and I experience this every day, that are just overburdened and overrun, and decisions take forever. And you can see that in some of these cases, from start to finish, if it goes all the way up, say, to your state Supreme Court, I mean, you're at years, 3, 4, 5 years before you get resolution. And, as the saying goes, justice delayed in many cases is justice denied. I mean, just look at Roe, right? You don't have to look further than that. I mean, the plaintiff in Roe, she had her baby. And so the answer is advocacy. It's advocacy from groups to your legislature. It's advocacy to your governor. We will not stand for this. And then it's quite literal targeted advocacy by attorneys on behalf of clients. I'll put a quick plug in for, of course, pro bono. Taking on a really important case that will make huge, you can take on so much, it'll make huge differences in the lives of the client that you're helping, and also in the system as a whole, because you can make a real difference by providing free or reduced fee legal services to people in need.
It's not really a wonder too much that so many of these decisions favoring forces on the right are becoming victorious when you throw the money aspect into it. These cases are being sought out by well-funded right-wing organizations.
And religious organizations that are
who are also
taxes.
well-funded, and they're well-funded by the right wing. They're good. They're a neat portal to funnel money through. But they search for these cases. They look for these cases to take on, and to get started in that stream, as Jill mentioned. Start them in the pipeline, so to speak. It's not a wonder that they're winning these cases. They're bringing them. And the part that I find, again, being no scholar of the court, I don't pretend to be one, but it seems to me that this court, one of the big changes with this court, is that these concurrent decisions and these, the decisions themselves, but some of these concurrent decisions and additional, writings that go with these decisions, there's a word for it and I'm blanking out on it, but seem to be inviting these actions rather than just writing about the case in front of them. They seem to be like, well, not only do we think this way about this case, but if somebody was to bring us a case about XYZ, we would probably judge this. I mean, that seems to me to be a new phenomenon. Just inviting someone to bring the case just so they can rule a certain way. Again, it goes, I'm being repetitive, but the solution in search of a problem. We want to decide this. We want to change this law. Somebody please bring us a case so we can do that, by the way. And then some right-wing organization goes out, finds somebody who's broke, throws them a few $1,000s and said, we need a face of this case. Take it through. God, it's, and you wonder, they are the third among equals. Jefferson and Madison argued against lifetime appointments because he thought that the judges would become royalty. They argued against it. And they argued against it when folks, and let's be honest, at the time of the founding of the country, white men, weren't living till they were 80 and 90. If they made it to their 60s, it was a miracle. And they argued against it. I know Chuck has his hand up. I'll go to you in a second anyway, because Article 3 itself, or the court being the third among equals, is not, I don't think, is even necessarily the point. The point is Article 2, Article 3, Section 2. Congress shall regulate the courts. And without a constitutional amendment, it is simple legislation, 50+1. This administration, any Democratic administration, because we know Republicans won't do it, let's be blunt, it's time to increase the size of the court to 15 justices and increase the number of federal judiciary districts to 15. There's still only 9 districts in a country of 330 million people. There were 9 districts when the population of the country was under 100 million. And we weren't even 50 states. It's time to dramatically reshape the courts and make them more fair. Chuck, you have your hand up. Don't have to raise your hand on this show, Chuck. Just jump in there.
Well, first, I would just want to applaud Jill for her commentary about the need for advocacy in the courts and on the inside. But I'd also like to engage Day in some conversation as an organizer. It's just not working. I mean, what we're doing in conventional terms is just not working. We're sliding backward. And so for me, the question is, what do we need to be doing? That's why I throw a question about, do we need to create our own sort of federalist society on the left? What is it that we need to do to bring all of our affected communities, plus white, I'm a white male straight ally. I'm all in with the fight for what needs to be done to restore rights. But so the question for me is, what do we need to do? What should we be doing? And we may not answer the question tonight, but I'd certainly love to stay in contact. One thing we are preparing for, Krista knows this, is on August 27th, we're doing an intergenerational social justice summit, the objective of which is to radically vision what kind of a society we really want, and work on a strategy, creating a strategy on how do we get there, right? So, I mean, I want to think big here. I don't want to live in fear. I don't want to live in the moment, so to speak. I want to think big and work with folks who are ready to roll up their sleeves and rethink how we're doing what we do based on false assumptions that somehow by playing by the rules is going to get us a favorable outcome. I just don't see that right now. Any thoughts, Day?
Yeah, that's such a good point and such a good prompt. I really feel like we have to bring it back to universal values and universal fundamental rights. And I think that this conversation has been so rich with that. But we face this a lot in advocating for trans rights. Trans people are maybe at most 3% of the population. A lot of people don't know anything about us. It's very easy to spread misinformation that gets people riled up and scared of who we are, right? But when you talk to people about, isn't your body your own? Shouldn't you have the right to control your own body? I think we get further than when we talk about, and we still should talk about all the specifics of each community. But I think sometimes folks who aren't maybe in one of these communities feel overwhelmed with information and terms and vocab and pronouns and what does ectopic pregnancy mean? And I just talked about that earlier. When we can talk about like all that stuff, but we need to bring it back to ultimately like, we have a right to our own bodies. We have a right to, live our lives. We have a right to healthcare, housing. These are the things that I believe. And I think most people, interestingly enough, believe that too, but they get turned off by buzzwords if it's called socialism, if it's called certain things. But I think if you talk to most people and you say, like, when your aging parent is failing over time and starting to get older, don't you think that there should be medicine for them, whether or not you have money in the bank? Almost everyone is going to say, yes, of course, I think that. But somehow we're still losing all these battles. So I think part of it is going back to the fundamentals. I definitely don't have all the answers, but I also think there's sometimes debates on the left about we should vote. No, voting doesn't do it. We should do this. And for me, I'm a very much like, we need to use every tool in the toolbox organizer. And I think we need to have people shutting down highways, union organizers, Black Lives Matter protests. We need to disrupt business as usual, and we need to vote. And those two things aren't mutually exclusive. We should use everything we have. And I also think that a lot of the time, the Democratic Party and even professional quote unquote advocates are afraid to say the word abortion, or afraid to talk about what really is going on. Like, they think that if we just moderate ourselves out of even having anything to say, that we'll find common ground with people who have no interest in having common ground with us. And so I think we need to take this seriously. There's a war. It's more than just a culture war. There's a literal war that's scaling back our rights, our abilities to live our lives. There's violence in the streets with police. This is already a violent moment. And some people are saying, oh, next it's going to be XYZ. But as you said, I think so poignantly, there is no next. We've already been in it. And it's being whittled away. Our rights are being whittled away over time. And we have to meet that challenge by understanding that this is already that serious. I think some people are waiting for that moment when, oh, now we're officially into the real fascism now, before they believe in fighting back. And I think, we should protest, we should boycott, we should protest, we should vote, we should contact our legislators, we should run for office, we should, shut down streets, we should do whatever we have to do to defend our rights. And I hope, we can collaborate and go to that intergenerational summit. I think that's such a great idea, because there's so much to learn from each other, and we need to figure it out, because it's really life or death.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I really agree with Dave's point about speaking about universal values. I think that is absolutely paramount. And I would say
A little louder, Kirsten. I'm sorry. A little bit louder.
Speaking about universal values is absolutely paramount, but I think it's a question of strategy. What has made the right successful, what Weinrich and Atwater and Karl Rove realized effectively, was you can lose national races, but if you still maintain control within the states, you control the agenda, because you can pass your agenda through the state legislature, You can take it through the court system.
And you can own the Senate.
And you can own the Senate. And that's, I think, where on the progressive side, we have failed, really. I think we need to become much more effective in that. I mean, even in terms of just organizing a protest. Something happens, we all want to go hop on a bus and go to DC. And I went to the first Women's March. I went to the first march on, March for Our Lives March. It was a whole lot of fun. I had a good time in DC. But I now realize, looking back on it, it has such a bigger impact when you see a March for Our Lives rally in a town of 6,000. That really shows up on the radar of a state rep when they see the March for Our Lives rally show up in their small little town. So building that infrastructure that lasts, that doesn't just show up for a couple of months and then go away in small town America, I think is the part that we really have to do. We spent the day at Pride Fest, and part of what we were doing was checking to make sure that people were registered. And it is always surprising to me how many people are not registered. And it's not just young people, it's people of every age. People who walk up and say, anything from my vote doesn't matter to my parents told me never to vote because, something nefarious was going to happen to them. They were going to end up on some list. And so I think that's also the really big challenge, is meeting people where they are, engaging them, and trying to communicate effectively that voting empowers you. Voting gives you the ability to determine what's going to happen in your community, in your county, in your state, in your nation. There's a real nefarious narrative on the other side that is trying to communicate that things are never going to get better and things are never going to change. So I think that local infrastructure, building that local infrastructure, and that's going to be different depending on where you are. It's going to look a little different depending on where you are, but I think it's absolutely paramount. And I did have a question for you, Day, is that with this ruling that's allowing public money to go to schools through vouchers, religious schools. Some of these religious schools, Catholic and Protestant, not only preach a rather bigoted theology against members of the LGBTQI community, but some of them also refer parents who think that their children might be gay or bisexual or transgender to reparative therapy. I don't even want to call it counseling because it's not counseling, it's really abuse. But as an organizer, as an advocate, how are you guys thinking about that challenge of bringing light to that issue and pushing back on it?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I mean, Maine is actually looking into changing their guidelines to not exclude explicitly religious institutions, but to exclude institutions that don't meet a set of standards, including being affirming of LGBTQ youth, which is, I think, a great step, even though fundamentally, again, I think the separation of church and state beyond that is really important. But Maine is being really thoughtful and immediately jumping in and trying to shift their regulations so that they can still not give state funding to institutions that are explicitly, anti-gay, anti-trans, violent against these youth. Conversion therapy, I put air quotes on purpose for anyone listening, you might not have seen. Conversion, quote unquote, therapy is literally a form of torture according to psychologists. The American Psychology Association has listed that as extremely detrimental. It increases the rates of suicide in youth by several times. That is not a real thing other than traumatizing kids into trying to think that there's a way for them not to be who they are. So these schools and these institutions that advocate for that are advocating for traumatizing youth. I just want to also say, while I have a chance, Kristen, what you said was so right on about fighting in your own neighborhood, getting involved in your own neck of the woods. I do some work with trans advocates in Alabama, where a horrific anti-trans bill was passed just this year that criminalizes and threatens healthcare providers and guardians with felonies for supporting trans youth through transition care up to age 19, by the way. So literal adults can't make decisions about their healthcare in Alabama. And we had an outpouring of support from across the country, which is so amazing. People wanting to donate, people asking, how can I help? And we would tell them, we'll take the money, we'll take the help. We definitely could use it. But this same bill has probably been introduced in your state because it's been introduced in 2/3 of the states. And the best thing that you can do for us is to fight in your backyard so that it doesn't happen in Pennsylvania, so it doesn't happen in whatever state you're in, or to repeal the laws that have passed in places like Texas. And I think it's the same with this. We should have a collective, connected national fight. We have to have that. And I think right now in this age of social media, suddenly our attention can be scattered into 14 different places and it's all well meaning. But sometimes it's like getting involved with your local abortion fund, getting involved with your local progressive organizing hub where you can actually meet with people and do some deep work in whatever area you're in is one of the best things that you can do rather than just trying to keep up with every fight on Twitter or whatever online, because you're diluting kind of the power that you have.
One of the things that was mentioned, first off, let me do this. It's 8:35 Eastern Time. We're not just entering our final half hour. Gosh darn it, we are in it. How exciting is that? You get to go back to your Sunday pretty soon. Jill's very excited that she gets to get out of here, and so are our kids. They can't wait for mom to get the hell out from in front of the camera again. I just have to say this really quick. This is way off topic, but last weekend was the Pennsylvania State Committee meeting, and I can't tell you how many people came up to both Kristen and I have to say, I was really touched. A couple of people came that I didn't even know. I could not have recognized them from Adam, and said, I listen to you every week. I'm like, damn right you should. No, actually I said I was humbled, and I was humbled, very humbled, but I got to finally see Jill Beck in person. And we both did this. Like, wait, you are... Oh, you're Jill Beck. Okay, now I recognize you. Look, we're human beings. Oh, look. If I did that to just Jill, I probably did it to about 20 people over the weekend. I had people walk up to me and say, I was a guest on your show. I'm like, yes! Now I remember you. I'm saying, it was the first meeting in person in like 2.5 years. It was just crazy how many people we met that we knew, people we know, people we're friends with, and we finally like saw them as human beings in person. It was very, very different, almost dystopian in a weird way. But 8:36, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. We will be here until 9. Sergeant Mac, for those of you on Hot 101 and across Facebook, begins at 9 o'clock. You know Mac from our program, and now you know him from his program. He will be here at 9 o'clock. Join him. Stay right along with him. Don't turn off Hot 101. When I end, he starts. When we end, he starts. Stay with us for that. We take you right to 9 o'clock. We will not be with you next week for the 4th of July holiday weekend. We ask you to celebrate or not celebrate, or however you choose to do it, because seems to be a growing movement across the country to ignore the 4th of July after these freedom stripping decisions. Can't say I blame you. I certainly understand it. So whatever you decide to do next weekend, do it safely. Do it with family. Enjoy yourselves. Do what feels right for you. That's the point. It's supposed to be the point of the country, isn't it? Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, TuneIn Radio app. Tell Alexa to play Hot101.net, and I will, in all likelihood, or at least the plan so far, I will see you on TV again on Wednesday morning with TCP, the Culture Professional, all over their Facebook, Roku, and so on and so on. So let's just get back to it. One of the things, I would just open this to the floor, really. one of the speakers at the Bethlehem rally, and she's a friend. I love her. And she's a strong advocate for everything that she believes in. Part of her speech was, they told us to vote, and we did. And we're still here. And again, I can certainly understand that point of view. I can. I get it. It's kind of like, I did crunches for years. I never saw my abs. So I get it. That said, isn't it the exact opposite of that we need to do? We don't need to just continue to vote. We need to get more people to vote. We don't need to just get more people to vote. We've got to inform them about why it is so important. It seems to me that more and more people have to vote. You mentioned it yourself a few minutes ago that, we went in the streets and we protested and we voted, and here we are. But certainly, what did we ever gain from not voting?
Well, I think we have to make space for grief and rage right now, which I think is where a lot of these speeches are coming from. And I think it's the essence of it is like, these elected officials have failed us. They have not, the Democrats, in my opinion, have been almost like excited for this stuff to happen so they can fundraise. That's the sense that a lot of people on the ground have, is that some of these elected officials are thinking, ooh, I'll be able to get reelected, and aren't thinking like, I came here for a reason to support the people. A lot of these people themselves are compromised, even if they're quote unquote pro-choice and they voted that way. It's not like they're champions for bodily autonomy and champions for working people to have control of our own destiny, right? So I think there's a lot of rage and grief, and that we need to have an expression. We need to talk about the failure of these elected officials and allow ourselves to go there to demand more. We still do need to vote. We need to use everything that we've got, in my opinion. I am gonna not remember who said this quote. Everyone could look it up. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will. That quote is so right on. I think sometimes people think like, if I just share my story with my legislator, if I just tweet, if I just vote, all those things are great, obviously, but they think, why are we still not getting anywhere? And it's because we need to force them to heed the will of the people. That's why unions that strike and that threaten profits win in a way that just tweeting or just complaining or just Yelp reviews or whatever don't win in the same way as like, we shut down a highway and that got their attention. We went to the streets and 1 million people, that got their attention. We threatened the boss's profits and that got their attention. We kept someone from winning re-election and that got their attention. We have to take it seriously that this is a battle, and that we have to make the government heed the will of the people again, which was supposed to be how it was. But when it's not, there's a level of, I don't know, naivete maybe, that we can just vote in the next round of people who are probably also, getting corporate money and all of these things, and that they'll fix it. When it's like, no, it's not just getting the right people in, we have to make them do what we want them to do. And that takes organized people. That takes really understanding the uphill battle that we're on. And it does include voting and electing a bunch of new people. And it does include protests, and it does involve, strikes. I think it involves a lot of different things. I think it involves like not letting the court get away with this. But lately everyone's distracted. I went to several Pride Fest too, Kristen. I love that you were at Northeast PA Pride. And I was talking to people who are like, the low-hanging fruit for caring about LGBTQ issues, and even they didn't know what was happening in Pennsylvania that's attacking trans rights right now, that there's a bill that's attacking trans youth in schools here in Pennsylvania, that they're trying to introduce a don't say gay style bill to keep schools from being able to mention gay and trans identities, which is horrifying censorship. And people who are in these communities didn't know. And I'm not saying that to be judgmental of them. I think we're living in this moment where there's so much happening at once that people can't keep track. There's a lot of stuff that the fascist movement, the Christian extremist right-wing movement is trying to slide under the radar. And we as organizers, we as people who care, have to reach people and get them to understand what's happening and then join with us to stop it. And we're up against this moment where you have segmentation of media, you have misinformation everywhere. It's really hard to even get people to understand the threat that they're facing. But hopefully now, with how big this Roe decision is, more people are awake,
Yeah, I would agree. I would also say I recently have thought more and more about my own work as an organizer, and just kind of self-reflecting, particularly like the work that we did after George Floyd was tragically murdered, and there was such a mobilization, especially of young people across all of Pennsylvania, who were just so viscerally disgusted by what had happened to this poor man. And I think in some ways, part of what we failed to do was to effectively communicate how to solve the problem entirely. That in a lot of ways, some of the people who are going to have the most impact on excessive force enacted by police officers are at the local level. It's your local DA, it's your local city council members or borough council members. In the tiny town where I grew up, borough council members are actually also police constables, which I didn't know until that summer when George Floyd was tragically killed. So it's to your point, it's a lot of education, and I think too often, just even in my own comms messaging years ago, I used to just say, X happened, you need to go out and vote. And for most young people, that meant I need to go out and vote the top of the ticket, not down the ticket, not the state judicial races, the state legislative races, your county council, your city council, or your borough council. And I think was a failing on our part too, or at least on my part as an organizer.
I think it goes to what Chuck was talking about before. It's a civics lesson, Chuck, that we have different levels of government, and we hope at times like this they are there to protect us. When a Trump comes to power and you're living in a New Jersey or a California, a Massachusetts, you have the state to protect you. If you're in Texas and you have a Democratic federal government, you have a layer of government there to protect you. If you have Tom Corbett in Pennsylvania, you have a Democratic Northampton County to protect you. I think we don't think about that as much, to go to what Kristen said, which is brilliant. Everything Kristen says is brilliant. Just saying. Because we live here, everything she says.
I want to say,
keep her happy, but you got to keep. But you have to. We have to look at those different layers of government almost as layers of protection. Don't we? That's why these, to go to what Kristen said though, that's why your town council and your school boards and your county councils, your state legislatures, we always seem to get wrapped into, I don't know how many people Kristen and I have met, not just in the time that we've been together, but just the time that we've known each other. That something happens somewhere, someone gets pissed off, I'm going to run for office, and I'm going to, never done it before, have no idea what's entailed in it, don't even know the boundaries of the judicial, of the state rep district or the Senate district, but I'm going to run for office. maybe no. Maybe that's not really the best thing to do right now. Maybe you should learn a little bit something about the job or the issues or the legislation or your district boundaries or anything like that. And it doesn't mean that you can't do it 2 years from now. But just because we're all pissed off doesn't mean we should all run for office, I don't think. But we can get out in the street. We can do. Europe lived on the general strike for God knows how long. There were general strikes all over Europe every time. The UK basically did nothing for a decade in the 70s because they were on strike every 10 minutes. I mean, but they're also very powerful. And it is knocking doors and texting and making phone calls and all that good stuff. And sometimes it's just having the guts to talk to crazy Uncle Larry at Thanksgiving and say, no, sorry, Uncle, love you, but did you know?
Yeah, and I don't want to monopolize our last little bit of time. I just wanted to say to Kristen, I think that's such a good insight. I think sometimes, I was a part of the Occupy stuff in Iowa, of all places. We were like camping out way back when I was in undergrad. And there was the left hasn't had a real answer for how we funnel folks who come into one aspect of a progressive movement into the broader struggle for justice, I think. Yeah. So I have a lot of friends too who are like in the streets every day for George Floyd uprisings in summer of 2020. And then it's like that sort of went away, that fizzled, and that energy is still there. Those people still believe in that. But how are we as organizers, if we identify as such, directing that energy to a continued collective struggle? And I think that honestly, the other side is very good at that. They're very good at creating a shared worldview, and their worldview is, let's go back to the 1950s and leave it to Beaver and
I would say the 1850s.
Happy. Well, there's that too, but they want to take us to this, nuclear family. Everyone is cis and heterosexual, and the white guy who's a landowner is on top, and we should all just, it's just like anyone who doesn't fit into that is not going to have a good time. And even many people who thought that they did fit into that, they're working class, are not going to have a good time. And so are we creating a shared vision of, I entered this struggle as a feminist and as a trans person. And then I learned more about like, oh yeah, my family is working class. We've always had to struggle with money. And now I have some consciousness around that. Oh, I'm connecting with other organizers who are people of color. And now we're understanding how that intersects. Like, how are we making it make sense so that it's not just a bunch of disjointed issues? Because everything that's happening right now is connected. And I don't think that we're directing that flow of energy for all of these issues that people care about into one collective understanding of where we're trying to go. That's all I'm going to say now. I'm so sorry to take up too much time.
No, I always learn when I talk to you. I miss getting to see you in person. I'm hoping that one of these days we're going to get to see each other in person again.
It is festival season here in the Lehigh Valley. There's not like a weekend that there's not some kind of festival going on around here, including the two biggies. The 3 biggies are coming up. Music Fest, Celtic Fest, and then the Great Allentown Fair. Hopefully all of you will come, because Jill's used to driving around the state.
Yeah.
She just gets in the car. I don't think you even pay attention to where you're going anymore. Don't you just punch it in the GPS and like fall asleep in the car knows how to go around PA at this point?
Jill wanted my respect when I saw that you went to Union in Northumberland County, and I was like,
that's what cruise control is, Jeff, right? You just
that's right.
put it on and it goes. Yeah.
You need a self-driving car. Just take you around. We have 8 minutes left before we have to wrap up the program.
Can we have Chuck explain, like, Chuck brought up the summit that he's proposed. Chuck, did you get to explain to everybody what you are hoping to do with the intergenerational summit? Oh, I think you're still muted.
Yeah. Right. So this is a brainstorm that came out of a conversation I had last week with Mike Stout, who's longtime United Steelworkers organizer, so a union activist. He's also active in environmental, climate change. He created the first Isaac Walton Urban League urban chapter. And so he works with a lot of younger organizers. Mike just turned 79. And we both said, we really have got to figure out a way to engage with younger folks because first off, I'm a college professor 32 years. I mentioned to you before that I lost my job, was fired for union organizing. But the reality is that younger people are now arguably the most progressive young population in our nation's history, and yet they feel despondent, they feel disempowered, they feel not listened to, and for totally understandable reasons. I had this conversation with my students all the time. And so we've got to tap into that, those shared values in a respectful way, in an intentionally listening way, an engaging way that lets folks know that their voices do matter, their ideas do matter, that I know there's a lot of anger directed toward the boomer generation, and I get that, being a boomer. In so many ways, we didn't prepare. I'll speak for myself. My generation did not do nearly as good a job preparing our children to walk into the world as I was prepared. And it's a tougher world that they're walking into. So it's like a double whammy, not as well prepared, and it's a harder world. It's a bait and switch world is what I like to call it. But at the same time, I think there's a lot that unifies us, that if we only had that conversation, people would realize, oh, really, like I mentioned earlier today, like you have student debt. Oh, you have medical issues. Oh, you have housing issues. Oh, you have difficulty getting access to food that's inequality food. Oh, you have policing issues and so forth. So these are intergenerational issues, so many of them, and we need to find those common ground connections. At the same time, we need to realize that there are different mechanisms and methods that generations, by which generations communicate, right? And how folks communicate. I mean, social media is very different, technology and so forth. So I was visiting with an elder couple, both in their 80s, in McConnellsburg, South Central Pennsylvania, the other day. Jack and Kathy Hendrick, who I think you know, Kristen, and they were very interested in participating. And I think it would be really valuable, really rich, to bring voices from all generations together to speak to our shared values, our shared vision, and talk about how do we move forward together? How do we create, like Dave was talking about, how do we create that cohesion, that sustainable, that perpetual, that glue that keeps us together and moving together in a strategic fashion. So I have a 16-point strategy document that I've been working on developing over the last 4 years. And it's really humbling, after 5 decades of organizing, to realize, oh my God, for 4.5 decades, I was behaving tactically, not thinking about what it is I'm doing and how it connects to a larger strategic vision. But now I think I have the right questions, or at least most of them. And I think that that's where the conversation needs to go. In our country, we've become so isolated, so siloed, so stuck in our single issue or maybe double issue focus that we fail to connect. William Barber talks about connecting our silos. I call it horizontal organizing. And the organizing needs to connect with not just social justice groups and organizations, but also with faith groups that share our values and currently aren't political. The right wing has been able to take faith groups on the far right, the fundamentalist right, and all major faith traditions, galvanize them, politicize them, and get them to vote for corporate interests. We also need to do better with labor. Organized labor has a real conservative side to it, cautious, conservative, corporate even. And somebody who comes out of the labor movement, I know that for a fact. The last 3 AFL-CIO presidents of Pennsylvania, they get a high-paying gig for Highmark. They sit on the board of Highmark. I had this face-to-face with Billy George. I said, "What the hell are you doing?" Well, labor needs a seat at the table. You're making $50,000. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm going too deep into it, but let's exchange information. I would love to have this conversation. August 27th, we're building the event right now. We had a very good organizing meeting earlier today. Every Sunday, we have a Justice for All Network meeting from 12 to 1:30. You're always welcome to jump in there. We want to hear people's ideas, and we've got a working outline right now of what we want the program to look like. But we certainly don't want to miss anything here. And Dave and Jill, absolutely, please jump in. You know, we need legal support here too. I mean, I'm in an organization, One Pair of States, a national single payer organization working at state level to adopt universal healthcare systems. We need collaboration. We need support of folks in the legal community for sure. So really, thank you so much. It's been a real honor to be with you tonight. So my contact information is in the chat.
The chat, Jill, it's in the chat.
The chat. So drop me a note, and I'll even put my phone number to make it really easy, because I'm much better on texting. So actually, but let's get in touch this week if you're interested. Let's make this happen. I think it's a very exciting event and real possibilities here. So thank you.
I go to any event where I'm allowed to speak publicly, and if I'm not like a headliner, I don't go.
There you go.
I'm too damn big for it, Chuck.
Yeah.
Ladies, a last word, if you would be so kind, before we say goodnight to everybody. Just whatever, if there's something that we did not get to fully cover, a point that we did not get to cover at all, or just the last words of wisdom, a pep talk, anything. Jill, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Jeff and Kristen. Always great to see you. Thank you for having me. I think my final words of wisdom here would be, it's hard to get news that you don't want to get. It's hard to see things change in ways you don't want to see them change. And so, we all need to be the change. I think Day and Chuck, you have some fantastic things happening. Get involved, get active. The voting matters, elections matter, be an informed voter, be an active voter, be an activist, be whatever you need to be, but don't just sit there being upset. Give money. If you have money to give money. Give to the organizations that can make some change that you want to see.
Day, any last words of wisdom? Pep talk, anything, any points that we got to cover but didn't cover enough of? Just let me give you the floor before we say goodnight.
Abortion is still legal in the state of Pennsylvania and in many other states, so let's keep it that way. We have to fight for it. And now that it's up to the states, we can fight even in the states that have scaled it back. The fight is not over. So we have to give ourselves a moment to feel all of our feelings and then get to work and see this as the beginning or the continuation of our struggle and not the end.
I want to thank every single guest that has come through tonight. Kevin Federick, Jill Beck, Day Pope, my dear friend Chuck Panaccio, the professor, not just any professor, the professor, and of course, my much better half. We have missed you the past couple weeks, and yet again, 2022 is giving us a very, very choppy schedule. As I mentioned at the top of the program, I do not believe that we have done 3 straight weeks of programs in 2022. Illnesses, work, holidays, etc., travel. So we will not be with you next week for the 4th of July weekend. The Sunday, a week from today, is July 3rd. We will not be with you then. But starting on July 10th, we have Nick Presley scheduled from the PA Budget and Policy Center. And then we pretty much have a straight run of shows, barring anything unforeseen, right up to Labor Day. So, hey, candidates, you need the exposure. We all know you do. So come and visit and talk to us and tell people why you should be elected. And this program, while I am a flaming, out there, open, proud progressive, Republicans are always welcome on this program. Because if we don't talk to each other, we sure as hell can't heal anything. We certainly may not agree on anything, really. But that doesn't mean that you're not welcome here. You are always welcome here. Everyone is welcome here. So, for all of our guests, for George, Lynn, April, DJ Lex, DJ Earl, Marquise, Whitney, Andrew, and everyone at TCP, I never speak for Kristen. I'm going to for you very quickly. For Kristen, I'm Jeff Kennedy. Thanks for being here, and we will see you in 2 weeks on July the 10th. Until then, be safe, and please take care of yourselves and each Good night.